Welcome in, everyone. I should have fixed that. I thought I did actually. Um, welcome in. Congrats to Fantasy on first, which means second and third are still available. I did clean my desk a little bit yesterday. Um, and got some buckets set up, and that's what I forgot to do. Mark, let me do that first. I knew I was forgetting something as I was setting up. There we go. Let me do that a different way. There we go. Sorry, guys. If I can. Okay. And manually unpin. There we go. So you can have me unbuild for bits today. I decided not to do the Wheel of Chaos mainly because I didn't have like other things to put on it. And I don't know where my skizzer ran away to, so I just had it. And then, cleaning my desk. Lost it. Ah. I stuck it underneath there so it wouldn't just fall. Which subsequently hit it. So we're working on the Mona Lisa today. And I brought up digital directions just because I wasn't sure how big the booklet was. So I'm not sure which one we're going to do. But I have both of them. There are 17 bags in this set. But in theory, no stickers. There was bag one. Ooh, and of course we have extra bags, unmarked bags. 5, 4, 13, 12, 11, 17. Some of these bags are really small though, and again, 15 has no color around it. Yeah, it says 17, but some of these are super small and have barely anything in them. So we'll see. But today is my birthday stream because we're actually going to do things. The hubby took off work. So we have bag 1. Let's open our extra bags and combine them because it's the same items basically, and there's room. They could have just put them in one bag to begin with. Let's see what the book looks like. We have paper packaging for the book, but not the bags. Sad day. How is everyone doing today? The bag doesn't look too thick particularly, but it is a pretty big, like once you lay it out. So let's do the digital directions. And again, congrats to Fantasy on first. Like I said, I had the digital directions already pulled up, so. Oh. I didn't mean building for bits. I meant unbuilding. Copy. Paste. There we go. That's correct. I wish I could, like, erase a chat. I already have a notebook or a notepad and pen over here. Well, my pen got pushed when I moved my thing. For marking down how many steps to unbuild if anybody chooses to unbuild. I'm not doing ad time. I figure I'll save that for September for my stream anniversary. Off to a fantastic start. Although, cleaning my desk, I still did not find the direction book for the brick tack, so I have the digital directions pulled up for that too. I even cleaned underneath my desk and I didn't see it, so I don't know if it got grouped in with something else or what happened, but I can't seem to find it. Okay, let's start. It says, welcome to Lego Art. Experiencing art in any form expands our imagination and unleashes our creative curiosity. What drives the great masters to create iconic works of art can be found in each one of us. It starts with observing what is, wondering what might be, and feeling inspired to express new ideas in an artistic medium. Welcome to the Lego Art Experience. Welcome in, Dusa. How are you doing today? Hopefully well. And there is a soundtrack for this with a QR code, but I can't like bring it up on the computer, so or else we could listen to that, but they don't give like a link for it or anything, just QR code. Yes, I understand that. Today is not my normal stream day, but my birthday is tomorrow, so I'm streaming today instead because we're actually going to go do things. So, welcome in, and hopefully I make your workday pass better. Faster, however you want to word that. Words are hard. It says, one might truly say, thank you. Oh, I have it worded weird, I guess, or not exactly right, how sometimes that is. But I did make a thing where you um I set it up through Firebot. Like it had it like a pre-done one. You basically just had to set it up the effect. It said, one might truly say that the artistry of this work would cause fear and trembling in any valiant artist. Giorgio Vasari in 1550. A visionary scientist, inventor, and polymath, Leonardo da Vinci, who lived from 1452 to 1519, is most famously known for his groundbreaking Renaissance artwork. He created relatively few paintings, but his expansive portfolio of realistic and lifelike drawings, illustrations, and inventions is proof of his meticulous scientific methods, love of nature, unparalleled imagination, artistic talent, and innovative techniques. The most famous of his works is his enigmatic portrait of Lisa Gardelli, Gardini, the Mona Lisa, painted on a popular panel in a carved walnut frame. It is the result of more than a decade's work from 1503 to 1519. Welcome in, Kevin. Second and third are still available if anybody wants them. Da Vinci applied layers of exquisite detail to achieve, sorry, I can't read apparently, depth and perspective, and with the use of his ingenious, okay, it's Sfumato technique, he softened contours and contrasts to bring out almost ethereal glow in his model. Congrats on second, Dusa. It says the artistic pinnacle of Da Vinci's exceptional career has enthralled royals, regents, artists, and art lovers all over the world for 5 centuries. Since 1797, the Mona Lisa has been one of the crown jewels in the formidable Louvre Museum in Paris. A bold theft in 1911, which left the painting missing for 2 years, definitely propelled the piece into global fame, and millions of art lovers visit the Mona Lisa every year. Its influence on art history and pop. Thank you, Kevin. Art history and pop culture remains unrivaled. Now you can retrace the lines of Da Vinci's majestic masterpiece without fear or trembling. Just a deep respect for the artist and his creative mind. Apparently, reading out loud is not something I'm good at. And then it goes on to talk more about Lego's interpretation of the Mona Lisa and like how they decided which pieces to use to give it shape and the most, have it most look like the painting. And then again, they talk about the soundtrack, which again, if I could bring it up, we would listen to that instead. But like I said, it's only a QR code, which I understand they expect you to like build it with your phone or like with scan it with your phone. But you know, I wonder if I scan it, it'll give me like a link that I could put in my phone with like copy into the toolbar. Let's see if that works. It brought us to a Lego page. Oh, it did take us just to a Lego page. So let me see if I can copy. Sorry, guys. I didn't think about trying to do this earlier. Okay. I have it on, like, not to record the audio anyway, so I don't think I'll get in trouble for, like, copyright or anything. But if it's too loud, let me know. I hope your day is going well, Kevin. And this is the link that it gave me, and that is playing this. Thank you, Laura. I hope you're having a good day. The thing we're listening to is the QR code they have you scan in the beginning of the book to, like, listen along as you build. And like I said, if it's too loud, let me know and I will turn it down. It's a little loud? Okay. Um, come on. Why? Okay. Let me pause it because every time I go to, like, hover over the volume, it it doesn't want to, like, let me move it. It just wants me to like, mute or unmute. So how's that? Is it a little better, or should I turn it down a little bit more too? Because it's hard for me to tell how loud it sounds for you guys, like, through my headphones. Still louder than you? Okay. We'll pause it again. So it'll let me. I'll do it about halfway. We'll see how that. How's that? I put it at about half volume. Jesus, words are hard today. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I try to guess, but it's hard to do, to judge, like, how it sounds in my headphones versus, like, how it would sound to you guys. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and the ends. But yeah, I didn't. I stream. I My original plan was to stream tomorrow on my actual birthday. But then my husband let me know he took off work that day, so I decided to just do it today instead. It didn't have, like, that kind of, like, muted picture where it shows you, like, what you're building, but I'm guessing we're probably building the frame first. From the other of their art ones I've done, you generally build the frame first, so that's what I'm guessing we're building, but it is just a guess. And it said there were 17 bags in this, but some of them were very small, so it might be like 17 bags by number, but it is just over 1,500 pieces as well. But I imagine a fair amount of them are small pieces, so give and take with that. So we're actually going to do things tomorrow. So I switched it to today, and I don't ever really know what to do for special streams, so everything's pretty much the same. I intend to stream a little bit longer than my normal 3 to 4 hours. Um, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17. Um, for the art ones, I have the Great Wave, um, and the Milky Way, and the Starry Night one. I'm pretty sure there's other ones that I don't have. I want to get, I say need, you know, as much as I need every Lego set. The the sunflowers, I don't have that one yet. And I have not hung up any of my art ones. Um they're just kind of setting flat. I'm kind of scared to hang them up. I have this fear that they're going to fall. But I hope everyone is having a great day and that things are going well for you. Okay. Let's see if we can. There we go. Okay. I turned it down some more. Is that better? I know it's a hard thing. Sometimes I have crazy like um do the testing for me. I'm like, how does this sound? How does this sound? I know. I have like when I play through Amazon Music, I have it like barely anything. And I was like, I don't know if I need to turn up like my desktop or like I don't want to mess with like the desktop audio setting within stream like within my streaming software because then it gets like really wonky. It's easier to like augment the volume on like the individual things that play through the desktop versus changing that. But I'm always worried like, is it too loud? Is it too soft? I have no clue what I'm doing. But there's a like wildlife drive-through safari thing a couple hours from our house, and I think that's the plan for tomorrow is to go there. And the review thing, the one review for it, because I was just looking for like animal places near us. Last year for my birthday, we went to a big cat rescue sanctuary. I mean, they had a bear too, but they mostly rescued cats from like those people who think they can keep a pet tiger and like hoard them, or they're those zoos that aren't really zoos. They're more of an excuse for people to own exotic animals, but they don't really care for them properly. They get together and they with other organizations like themselves, and they rescue the animals from places like that. um so that's where we went last year for my birthday. um so I was looking for other places, within not a crazy drive from us, like no more than 5 hours. um and one of the reviews said that you got to feed like bison and stuff, which is pretty cool and a little nerve wracking. Makes me a little nervous. Oh, that's cool. Because of the year it was painted, that's the reason for the pieces. Okay, so they purposely made it 1503 pieces. I mean, they were close. They didn't get like go way out of their way, but that's cool. There we go. That looks cool. I don't know if it's really like if you can tell through the camera, but these are really nice, like shiny gold bricks. They feel like soft and smooth, but they have like a nice kind of sheen to them. $22 of these. We're not counting all those out. We're just going to find these for the corner and then just fill in. These look almost like gold bars. They have that like gold bar look versus just a flat. I always like the art sets. They have the way they take pieces and use them in the art sets, and you're like, I would have never thought that this piece would have looked, correct in it, but it does. It's the same way what they do with the botanicals, with like the epaulets and page boy hats and things like that, newsboy hats. They use the little frogs to be like the centers of the flowers and such. Okay, that is the end of the first chapter. I wonder if they tell you. Yeah, like I really love the way they in like the arts and the botanical ones, how they take pieces that you wouldn't even think would work like that, and it looks like I will be starting. Yes, I have the Starry Night one. I love how it like builds out. The Great Wave does it a little bit, and so does the Milky Way, but I think the Starry Night really does it the most, where you are building out from this flat canvas up. Like not just a little bit, it builds out quite a bit. I haven't finished. If you want, I can go grab it and show it to you on here. But I feel like it really builds out. You're not just doing a little bit up. Like it builds out a lot. And I really enjoyed that part of it. It builds this whole little like town where when you're looking at it head on, you're still like, yes, it's a photo. Like it's, has that kind of painting look to it. But when you get closer to it and really look, you can tell it's like built out and it's got like dimension and stuff. I really like it. I forgot to buy more balls. Let me quick buy more balls for my pokies. I know there's a way to do it in chat, but I keep messing it up. I suppose I could just change the type of ball. And I do have 3 gifts for Pokey. If we get 5 or more people playing, I can hand the gifts out. Rude. Okay, I guess 100 is the most you can buy at a time. Purchase. Close. Purchase. Close. Purchase. 300 should get me somewhere. Okay. I turned it down to like a quarter volume, so it should be good. Should be, is the theory. Okay. So that's how it looks now with all those like gold bricky pieces. You know, like a gold bar, not gold brick, but you know, across the top there. So we want. So I started watching The Lazarus Effect on Netflix. Has anybody watched that? It's kind of it's interesting. So in in the show, um, there's like I don't want to say government agency because I'm not sure they're really like government, but there is an agency, and essentially every time something happens where the world would like essentially end, they go back in time and like stop it. So they like repeatedly go back again and again until they can fix it. Like come up with a way like basically starting uh in like World War II when or in World War I, I guess. Untamed. That's the one oh I think I've watched that one too. Um let me Untamed. I want to double check it to make sure because often I don't bother paying attention to the name. Yes, that show was so good. I watched it too. I finished it last week. Okay, they also want 46 of these little humpy bricks in this step. You like go one way, then the other way, one way, then the other way to give it like a kind of different texture look to it. Ooh, I will definitely keep my eye out for that. I really liked that show. He kind of just didn't give a crap what anybody thought. He's like, I know I'm right. I will get to the bottom of this. I guess I shouldn't say he didn't give a crap, but like, he's like, you may not like my methods, but it gets results, you know, kind of a deal. I'm just pulling all of them. I'm not counting them. That's a lot to count. So Fantasy's schedule for the coming school year, because they start in about 2 weeks. Um, I guess not even 2 weeks because they start. Well, yeah, it is about 2 weeks. Um, Came out and she looked at it, and I was like, "Well, that face says something's not right." She's like, "They didn't give me the two like she wanted breaks and something, and they gave her like home economics and something else." And she's like, "I don't want those. Those are not the ones I requested. They weren't even on my backup list." And I was like, "Well, you got to get in contact with the school and change it." But yeah, so the Lazarus effect. So there's supposed to be some like semi government agency, and like so they go back in time, and they can't, like, keep in mind it's not like it's today, 2025. They couldn't go back to like 1812 now. They can only go back a little bit. Like, so when they started it, they picked a July 1st as like a point, and they can't go like further back than July 1st. Like, you know what I mean? And once they get to July 1st again, they can't go further back than that July 1st, if that makes sense. Like they can basically only go back a year. But they've been doing this since like World War One or something like that, maybe before it. I don't remember when they said it actually started, but it was a long time ago. So the show starts with this guy, and he just wakes up, and one day he starts, like, it seems like any other day, right? He goes about his life. He's going to the bank to get a loan for this business idea he has. He gets the loan. Him and his girlfriend are living their best life, and then they're somewhere and like a bomb goes off, and then he wakes up and it's that day all over again, like 9 months prior. And then he like is like consumed with the fact that he's lived all this before. And so it does mess up some things because he doesn't get the loan because he's convinced he's already gotten the loan and things like that. And then in the process of like trying to protect his girlfriend because he knows all these things are going to happen, he actually winds up driving her away. And then one day he wakes up and it's that day again, and he's back with her like nothing ever happened. So he knows not to do those things again. And he also ran into this woman who's like, if it happens again, come to this address. So it's the third time, and he goes to that address, and he's like, what is happening? And she starts to explain it to him. And then, so he knows not to do those crazy things that would drive his girlfriend away this time. And um, he he like becomes part of the organization. But there's, in the previous time he of driving his girlfriend away, essentially, it kind of drove him into the arms of a coworker, drove her into the arms of a coworker. And so now, this time he's looking out for that guy because he's like, he wants my girl. So like he does things, and then his girlfriend is almost killed, and he stops at that time. But then, like, so it goes on. I don't want to give it away in case you want to watch it. But like, so they do this thing, and you learn that there were other people that were part of the organization who have left, because it's got to drive you mad. And he's so, the one time he's like, what about COVID? Why didn't you do anything? And she's like, you got a cure in 9 months. What made you think we didn't do anything? And then you start seeing like how the effects um really, like, the way going back and repeating things to get them right starts to affect the people who know it's repeating. which is like kind of where I'm at in the series. You're seeing like how it really messes with the people who know that time is repeating. And it was weird, like he had no knowledge. Just one day he woke up and time started repeating itself. But it's called the Lazarus Effect. It's on Netflix, just like Untamed was. It's really interesting. It's set in, I would say, like London. I'm horrible when I watch a show. Sometimes I let some things just completely pass me by because I don't, like, to me they're not important. But I know people are like, "What do you mean you don't know where the show or the book takes place?" That to me is an irrelevant aspect. Like, it could be taking place anywhere. Which, like I said, I know is a little weird, but but it's weird. And then it got me thinking, like, could you imagine how much your life could change in 9 months? And then all of a sudden you wake up and it's that first day again. And now, like, you have to start making those changes all over again. And you're, the whole time you're like, well, if it's already happened 2 or 3 times, if you've already reset back to that July 1st 2 or 3 times, sure, you're pretty efficient at making those changes and may be able to make them faster, but you still don't know if it's going to stick this time. And that's only to say if you know it's happening. Like, you may not know it's happening. So to you, no, you don't know it, like, that those things have happened already. So you're just in the same situation. Because it is that, like, there's only like 6 people in the organization, and then there's a couple that have left, but still there's not a ton of people. Well, I should say there's like 6 agents, but there's probably like other people in the background, support staff, whatever. So let's say, for an overestimation, maybe 25 people, and then maybe another 5 who have like left the organization. So maybe 30 people in the entire world know that these times are repeating over and over and over again. And let's say, how many times did they repeat till they could get the cure for COVID? You know what I mean? Welcome in, Devin. Thank you. But yeah, it's an interesting, like, it really makes you think, and it's quite interesting, like the storyline they've got going. Con- Thank you for the I'm here, Devin. Wear sorting hat. Okay, give me 1 second to place these bricks so that I don't forget where I'm at in the middle of a step, because that is totally plausible. Ooh, some of my yarn should come today too, and the rest should come tomorrow. So it is the little QR code that they have you scan. Um, you're listening to like a little bit of like a documentary, a bit of about Da Vinci um and Da Vinci himself and the Mona Lisa, like history behind it and stuff like that. Um, it was on like the step for the first page, or I mean, on the page for the first step of the actual build. There was another one, but I don't know if maybe it'll take you to the same place or not. It said playlist, which made me think music, but it's really them talking about it, which I'm not opposed to. It's just not what I think of when I think of playlist. We're basically building the other half of the frame. So this again. So I'm going to move this just to the side so we have a little bit more room. Well, welcome in, Devin, and I hope your day is going well. Is that fucking good? Okay. I won't count this as the step to unbuild. Um Let me go up. Yep, it was just this. Thank you for the biddies, Dusa. Sometimes I have to scroll over the emotes to like see them better. That's a cute emote. Come on, work. Those are cute emotes. So I was perusing the Target app. Mainly I was looking for their coupon section with like the sales. And it said it was Summerween, essentially because that's the next like marked holiday that we celebrate big. And so a lot of the inflatable things were on sale for out like in your front yard or whatever. And they had a giant like 2-foot tentacle for $20 that you could like attach to your window. So it looked like the tentacles coming through your window. And then as I was scrolling down, there was another one that was a giant octopus that you would like set on top of your house essentially. And then they kind of go together so you would look like, and I was like crazy, and he was like, "No, I'm not getting up on the roof to secure a giant aquatic animal." And I was like, "Please, I'll get on the roof." And he's like, "No, that's not happening either." Sunday, like always. I don't know. Well, probably I got sucked back into Disney Dreamlight Valley yesterday. So who knows what we'll play though. I started the Peter Pan quest, and yesterday was really like the end of that Star Path. So I got a little bit done, but not a ton. So there's supposed to be a bunch of new sets coming out Friday because it's, August 1st. I know there's supposed to be two new botanicals coming out. I still have a small botanical set to do. Nope, wrong way. Lip in, not out. But yeah, so we're gonna go to that drive-through safari place tomorrow, and then, well, first we're going to go to a little local bookstore that I like to help support, and she's fantastic. She has ordered books before, and then I've just gone back to pick them up. Um, but there, and then through the drive-through safari, and to another town a couple hours from us to do some shopping. Like it's a touristy town, kind of like, but it's got some kooky little shops that I like. Not you. You're a different step. Grim Fandango. Let me finish this step and I will look it up on Steam. Grim Fandango. Store. No, store, not wish list. Grim Fandango. One of the most acclaimed adventure games of all time is now back, better than ever. Grim Fandango Remastered the all, or has the all the beautiful. Somebody put an extra the. Has all the beautiful art and engaging story fans remember, but has also been remastered to look, sound, and control even better than the original release. Okay, but what is the game? I mean, let's see. It's a single player achievements, trading cards, play on TV, play together, play sharing. Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. About the game. Something's rotten in the land of the dead, and you're being played for a sucker. Meet Manny Calavera, travel agent at the Department of Death. He sells luxury packages to souls on their 4-year journey to the eternal rest. But there's trouble in paradise. Help Manny untangle himself from a conspiracy that threatens his very salvation. Is it like a puzzle game or I've read all that, but it still didn't tell me like what kind of game it is. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Adventure point and click classic story rich. I guess I just had to look at the right place. We're gonna have ads in about 30 seconds. It's our first ads of the day. They will last 3 minutes and then we'll be back. Or I shouldn't say try. I don't build during the ads, so this way people who get ads don't miss out on anything. Um, During these 3 minutes, I'm going to pop out and get my crock pot started. I'm doing slow cooker for dinner. Um, and I just gotta get, you know, that popped in and started. I will pause the audio that's playing too. That way, you know, you don't miss what they're talking about. The countdown for the ads drives me a little batty because it's like ads will start in 1 minute, but not really. Okay, I will be right back. I'm gonna put you guys on the be right back screen. so sorry, guys. The meat had other plans and did not want to be cut that easily. Uh, it had more fat in it than I realized and did not want to be cut. And I wound up cutting my nail actually trying to fight it. So I have to quick. Sorry. I know that was not what any of us thought. Thank you. Thank you, Mal. It is going good. Welcome in, Alex. Sorry, I was gone when you came in. Yeah, I was like, oh, I can go out there quick, cut up the few potatoes and stick it all in the crock pot with this packet to make gravy, essentially. And like I said, the meat had other plans. So we recently, ooh, sorry, hiccups. Uh, tried a local to us butcher. They have like meal packs you can buy, like so much hamburger meat, so much steak, so much this, so much that. And it was chuck steak, and I was like, I don't know what to do with this. So I was looking up on Pinterest like things I could do with it, and I finally decided I just throw it some potatoes and like the gravy packet in the crock pot and let it do its thing. But apparently those had much more fat on them than I realized. And so as I was trying to cut them, like the fat just kept fighting me. Finally, I gave up and just got the kitchen shears and like cut it, snipped it with a scissor. So sorry for the delay, guys. That did, of course, not go as planned. But welcome in, everyone. I appreciate you being here and, being okay with the slightly extended time away than I had originally planned. Okay, that was the end of the second chapter, and so this is the third one. And again, this is like the QR code that was in the book. It said playlist, and I thought music, but it's really like almost like a mini documentary. And I did put the link in further up. If you guys want to like listen to it without me kind of talking at the same time. I don't, and there were two QR codes. There was one, so there was one, that's the builder one. Where was it? Here that says soundtrack. And then on the first page, like there was one here for soundtrack. And then here is like scan this QR to listen to chapter 1 in the exclusive Mona Lisa art soundtrack. So I don't know if they're all the same QR code. This one does look slightly different, like the pattern in it. So when this one's over, we can scan one of the other ones and see if they're different. So this one looks the same as this one, but they look different. Yeah, I totally forgot to start the crock pot before we started. I sat down and I pressed the live and I went, crap, the crock pot. Yeah, so, but yes, hopefully I didn't take too terribly long. I figured, oh, just, because I had like the potatoes already ready, like out on the counter. So I was like, a quick rinse, chop. It should only take very little time. It did not take very little time. But that's all right. Okay, so it wants these corner pieces and this in the center, and the rest again are these blocks going in kind of opposite directions. So I'm just trying to separate the ones that aren't those bricks so I can just bring them all over here. But yes, hopefully everybody is having a good day. Fingers work. There we go. Yeah, they're talking about the size. I thought that it would be bigger, but that's roughly this, does it say here on the box? Um, oh, here we go. It is 17 long and 11 and a half wide. So almost like two sheets of paper next to each other. Because, like printer paper, it's usually generally like 8 by 11 and a half. Yes, it is wee early in the day. Still much can go wrong. So yesterday, when I was going through my email, Boy Wonders Virtual School sent out like a before school survey, and they were like, "How prepared do you feel to start the year?" Because like so they have, of course, parents of students, but then they also have learning coaches, which doesn't have to be the parent. It's just whoever is responsible for making sure the child is doing what they're supposed to be doing, like they're attending their classes or they're doing the work. So it could be a grandparent, it could be a babysitter, it could be whoever. So they always distinguish between learning parents and or learning coaches and parents because it doesn't have to be the parent. um so it was like, learning coaches, how prepared are you for the school year? And I put mostly prepared, and it was like, oh, what could you do? What do you need to be more prepared or to feel fully prepared? I was like, a schedule, school supplies, because he hasn't received his shipment with anything in it yet. And then they were like, have you received your school goods shipment? No. Has your child received its schedule yet? No. Because that other one was like, you could just type in whatever. You could just be anxious and not feel prepared until the school year starts and things get going. Some people are like that. Um, it's not. So you could type whatever you wanted in there. And then they were like, oh, well, keep an eye out for those things. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Oh, that. Did it pause? Oh, no. I guess that one was really short. This one says Pose and Mona Lisa today. Ooh, there we go. Sorry. It doesn't let you adjust the volume until you press play. Like it doesn't even show it. Yeah, it just ended and I was like, what? And the thing is, it still showed like 2 minutes left on the thing, but when I pressed play, because I thought maybe it just like paused by random, it started over again. So I was like, okay, no, I guess it's done. That was weird. I had put in the link to it. When we scan the other QR code to see if it's different, I'll put the link in for that too. Yeah, it was really weird. That's what I was afraid of, that wasn't clipped on, because I was like, I didn't quite feel it. Okay. I do like the look this gives it just by turning these bricks like different directions. It gives it a neat look. Something like so simple as just turning them every, each brick gives it a nice look. Yes. When I originally planned to stream tomorrow, I planned on going shopping today, but I will do the shopping. Some of it probably later, maybe, or maybe just either tomorrow or Friday, depending on, how the day goes. Um but um it's amazing sometimes how much just shopping can take it out of you. Yeah, sometimes you're like, man, I really don't want to go, but I also need food in my house. I'm just checking off some stuff for the redeems so that way I make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, so this is where we are. Okay. We want to put this in the center. We need these two. And this too. Like I said, the two of the QR codes looked the same, and then this one looked, and those two looked different from the one that's currently playing. So this is the last chapter in this thing. Um, so I figured we could try to scan the other one when it's done and see if it takes us. Because when they say playlist, my brain automatically goes to music. Not that I dislike this kind of little documentary thing. My brain was prepared for music. So when it was voices, I was like, huh? But I don't know if the other one is maybe just kind of like classical music or if it's something different. But we'll see. I did look at some sound effect things last night, but I never know what like sounds to put on. Okay, now it's saying connecty, right? And then we're going to, and really it shows it. Yeah, no, I'm right. No, I'm wrong. Right, wrong, right, wrong. It shows it like this. Not, I mean, because it looks completely the same, so I don't think it'll really make a difference. Like when you're putting the the photo in the frame, what is essentially the painting in the frame. I don't think it'll really make a huge difference, but I do like to try to match the instructions in direction and whatnot. Because sometimes it winds up mattering, and then sometimes not so much. Like I said, it says it's 17 bags, but several of them are quite small. So, I don't really know what it's. But, and as said, it is 1,503 pieces, but, what was it saying? Oh, but many of them are small, so I'm not sure, um, things like that, like how that affects that drives the number up, lots of tiny pieces. So we'll see what it really like winds up feeling like. They definitely, several of the bags are like barely bigger than this bag, and some just don't have a lot in it. So I have started to notice that the amount of pieces does not, like, pieces to bag count. Like sometimes it'll have like 36 bags, but you're like, okay, but some of these bags barely have anything in it. So it's driving my attempt to like mediate, like do 4 bags and then do something else. It makes it a little hard because you're like, okay, well, I did 4 bags, but like they barely had anything in it. So should I do a couple more? So we'll see. It's I'm finding it hard to like find a medium where you're like, okay, like on the big sets. I don't know. We think next time we do like the butcher package, we may try a different one and see. Because this one had hamburger meat in it, and I'm not opposed to that. We do use hamburger meat for a lot of things, but I usually buy like the lowest fat content hamburger meat I can find, so like 90/10, and then I don't really have to worry so much about draining it because there's so little fat in it. And this one, when I went to make tacos, had a lot of fat in it, like left in the pan that I had to like drain off. So I think we may not do that, like not get hamburger meat from them again. Or maybe if we can like change, like the which type of hamburger meat we get. And I do understand that when they do these packages, they have like, okay, the chicken in this package equals roughly this amount of money. Da 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 da. So we'll see. Okay. So they want. Oh, they must be talking about when she was stolen or missing. Okay. Move that. And the rest of them are these pieces. But we are, I don't know, I guess here today until we finish probably. Um, as long as it doesn't get crazy late. Um, I chose not to do the Wheel of Chaos because I honestly almost never know what to put on there. Right? Like I could Madam's doing her the cries of her peoples. Um I was like, I could put things that are already channel redeems on there, and it'd be like for the same price, and it like be a mystery. But I was like, I don't know if that's really like if people will like that, or if they'll just be like, that's the same thing. So I just made sure the redeems were there for like the cross stitch one is turned off because I didn't want to start a new project before I started the Stitch Along and Carrots Discord next week. So, but like the Diamond Dot one and like the mini resin and whatever else other one I got on there are still there, but why do I feel like I keep stabbing myself with my nail? But yes. For the Streamiversary in September, I wonder. I was gonna contact a few people, and I'll just put it out in the open too. If anybody wants to do like a co-stream for part of it, like just play a game together for an hour or two, or you know, be in the same space and craft. It doesn't have to be building. It doesn't really have to be anything. Um, but if anybody wants to do that, I plan for to do that to like the Streamiversary to as people donate money, it extends the time I stream up to 24 hours. Um so like starting with like I don't know. I guess see where we get. But if anybody wants to do like join in and um co-stream for any part of it, please let me know. I know Yeti's been doing like the Jackbox games, but then I've heard that you can wind up getting trolled with them, so then I get a little nervous, like, you know what I mean? But I guess I mean, you can get trolled with anything. It's a hazard of streaming. But maybe we'll do Jackbox games. I don't know. I know I do have it like that's crazy like how he did it for the adding time. Like I think it was like a sub added a half an hour or something like that. Or maybe it was so many subs added a half an hour. But either way, um, you know, at some point when you did certain thing, you got to pick what he did for the next hour. So I'll be doing that too. Um, but I am in the planning stages of doing that. I know my kind of big set for that is going to be the new Harry Potter Great Hall because I have several of the smaller sets that feed into that. You can connect to that set or put in that set already. Some I've done, some I haven't, but that's some of the plan. Some of it is I'm like, will this be entertaining to people? Because I don't know. I'm bad at planning. I guess I could just do what I want to do and then be like, oh, people like it. And that's kind of what I do normally. But For some reason, when it comes to like big streams, I'm always worried that it's like not enough or that I should do something different. But then I don't know what that different is. I was going to. That's why I keep going back and forth because I have two of the Bricklink designer sets over there. I have the chocolate factory and I have the what is it? Now you got me wondering. Um of course the side I have to me is not in English. The Riverside Scholars set. I have both of those. And so I could do one of those as my big set. I think my hesitation was that they're big sets. Like um the Scholars is almost 2,800 pieces and the Chocolate Factory is like 26, just over 2,600 pieces. And I guess I really don't know how big the Great Hall is either. But I was worried that it would be like too much. But if I'm going to wind up possibly be doing 24 hours, then it wouldn't really be too much. But I don't want to assume that people are going to contribute enough to get it to 24 hours. Like I don't want to assume that. But I guess either way, if I didn't finish it, I could just finish it later on subsequent streams. So I don't know. I guess I'll put it up in a poll. Um, which with like pictures of each set and see what people think. I think maybe I just want to use it as an excuse to get the Great Hall, but let's face it, I'll get it anyway eventually. The one I'm really excited about, which is the like Dracula vampire-ish castle, will not be here till November, so I can't do that. I can't even do it for like the month of October. Not that I have any clue where I'm going to put it, but yeah. Woohoo, everything lined up. It's so pretty. Okay. I'm going to set this aside because now we're going to start on like the actual like Mona Lisa herself. Plan for the 24. If the full 24 isn't achieved, then that's fine. But you have to be I have to be prepared to do 24. Let me set this kind of just leaning back here so I don't bump it. No bumpsies. Let me see. Not that one. I'll open up another tab. Because I have the old Great Hall, but the new one has like a whole bunch of sets that incorporate into it. Well, yeah, and the Great Hall is only 1732. I also want the new castle. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce it because I will mess it up. It's like Neuschwanstein Castle, but it's kind of built with like the mini pieces, like the mini Hogwarts I did with like the little pieces. But it's like it's 3,455 pieces. So yes, I guess that's what I really need to do is just be prepared to do the 24, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Yeah, here. way. This one, it's supposed to, like, you can tell by the picture, it winds up like being built with like mini scale, I guess they're calling it. Um, but it just looks so fantastic. I don't know if there's really any like inside because it is built mini scale, but I still need to get Notre Dame. Yeah. I have been being more cautious with my spending as of late, because I went to Georgia for the 9 days, and we spent money there. So I was like cautious leading up to that. And then with school starting, there's some back to school, but I also have a book signing next month I'm going to. And like I knew we would do things for my birthday. So like, like trying to be cautious in the spending department. So I've not really been buying any huge sets. And I knew that like the Bricklink sets were coming that we bought, so had to make sure we had money to like cover them. Like just being cautious and aware of like what was coming. But there are so many big sets I want, so it will have to wait though. So it's bag 4 plus these 2 plates. Yeah, like just cutting back in like certain areas because I know those things were coming up. And so like now here on this page it's like scan this QR code to listen to chapter 2, but I've just been playing them. So I guess they didn't expect it to take that long to build the frame, and under normal circumstances it wouldn't, but we stop, we chat, we whatever. Um it's different when you stream. But yeah, this last chapter was supposed to be 38 minutes and we're at about 24, so we have roughly 10 minutes left in it. And then I will try scanning that other code in the beginning and see if it's um a different thing. Because I'm like looking down, like scrolling down the page, and I don't see like to play something else. So yeah, and I mean that's the point, is that it stretches it out. I was just more along the line saying that like I'm not playing them in like kind of the order they're talking about. I will say like planning for things like this and the stream anniversary make me second guess way more than I do like with anything else. Everything else I'm like, nope, this is the plan, this is what we're doing, let's go. And for the stream I'm always like, I don't know. Somebody tell me if this is right or wrong. Like with everything else, I'm just like, nope, this is what we're good. This is the plan, this is what we're doing, and I just notify everybody else when it's already done. Like this is how it's happening. But like with the stream, it's so like opposite. And I think it's because I worry about like if anybody's going to enjoy it or if they would prefer it was a different way, or I don't know. And I think some of it is I'm like, well, I feel like I'm just copying off somebody else. But truthfully, there's only so much like yes, the act the thing you're doing is the same thing somebody else does, but you do bring your own flair, personality to the thing, so it does make it different. But I worry that they're like, oh, I see that everywhere, or I saw so and so. That's where they got it from. Of August, are you gonna like do anything or planning anything? Okay, we flippy now. I know it tells you. I have to look what day exactly in September it is. I know the three run up on each other. So there's like Boy Wonder's birthday, then our anniversary, and then I think it's my stream anniversary, but they're all like boom, boom, boom. And I know you can look like real easy on your like creator dashboard stuff. I'm hoping to stream, but we'll see. I'm so tired and so much pain at the moment that I don't feel like I can stream. I get that. Yeah, tomorrow will definitely be a take the muscle relaxers with me and wear a pain patch on my hip. Like, I want to do the things, but that's what's required to do the things. So you've been at it for quite a while, Alex. I hadn't realized you had been streaming that long. And it is, like in its own way to do any kind of like consistency is a job. Thank you, Mal. Have good luck doing your editing. I know it can be stressful sometimes. Yeah, brown rocks on the inside. Yeah, Crazy started, I want to say, like either before COVID or during COVID, something like that. And then he stopped because he did video games. And he was like, it's so much pressure. And so he stopped. And then he was like, you should do it, though. And I was like, yeah, after telling me how much pressure it was, I should do it. And he's like, it'll be different for you. You have boobs. And I was like, the boobs don't solve every issue. And he's like, plus you're doing Lego, not gaming. Like the way, you know, where your only content is gaming, which I know is like super hard and competitive and crazy. Just ridiculous. Um yeah, he started like a while ago. And but he was like, "No, you should do it." And I was like, "Nobody, of course I thought nobody was going to watch because I didn't think like it was as big as it was cuz I didn't do anything on Twitch. Like I didn't even have a Twitch account. And then I was like, well, I've been doing it. You should do it. Work through that damn backlog. I'm going to start doing his Lego sets. I threaten that all the time. Every time a pile, like a specific set, has been sitting there too long, I'm like, if you don't do it, I'm going to do it. And people are like, oh, it can't be that bad. This man had the original roller coaster, the white and red one. Not the loop de loop one, but the white and red one, for 2 years. It just sat there every day. And I was like, if you don't take this damn thing out this box and do it, I'm going to start building it. I'm tired of looking at this. I want it. We tried not to buy the same set, like his set, my set of the same set. Like if one of us gets it, the other one doesn't, because it's just there. But I build way more than he does. But he has quite the backlog just sitting there. And after a while, I'm like, you need to do this. You need to do this set. I'm tired of staring at it. But getting him to stream has helped him work through some of that. And he's way more sociable than I am. I am sociable with people I know and feel comfortable with, and everybody else I'm just semi-mean to. Or I just ignore them altogether. Like the joke about how somebody seems really really quiet until you get to know them, and then blah 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 blah, they never stop. Yeah, that's me. That's why I joke. Like streaming seems like such an odd thing for me to do because I really don't like people. Like neighbors, I don't know them. I don't go out there. I don't ask questions. Crazy will talk to like anybody, like random people in a parking lot. He'll just strike up a conversation. And I'm like, sir, no, don't do that. Like, I have to feel like really comfortable in a situation to like talk to people. The streaming is an odd thing for me to do because I really don't talk to people. We're going to have ads in about a minute. They will go for 3 minutes. And I try not to, or I don't build during the ad. That way, if you get ads, you don't really miss anything except for the nonsense of whatever I decide to do during the ad break. Um, if you have Turbo, the whole point is that you don't get ads. You kind of pay for them in advance. If you are subbed, you do not get ads as well. It's a perk of subbing, but not a ploy to get you to sub. And I know the subs keep like changing prices. Oh, for those of you who stream, did you see the thing yesterday where they're like, you can use your revenue to pay for bits and subs? So, like, instead of having to pay you, they essentially pay themselves. Bad, bad, Alex. Okay. I will finish the step I'm on and then probably wait to start the next one till ads are over. Because the ad countdown is so weird. They're like, warn you that ads are going to start in 1 minute, and then the timer ends, but ads have not started. It kind of bugs me. I want ads to start when it gets to 0, but I have watermelon, Red Bull. I found little non rounds the other day that would be perfect for homemade Lunchables, like the pizza kind. Okay, I paused the little audio thing too. While we're on break, I'm going to scan the other code with my phone and see if that is a different thing or if it comes up the same. Because the like pattern in the QR code looks different. So I was wondering if it was a different thing or no. It doesn't look different. I do wonder though, because I've had built other sets. Listen, I sometimes get them in Spanish. I am, yes, Hispanic, and I have like that checked off, but nowhere do I have that I speak Spanish. There's water in everything. That's my stance on that. Like there's water in everything, so why do I have to just drink them? Yeah, like why do I get them in it? Like I could see if I had somewhere checked off that I speak French or something, but I don't. So I want to say the town hall also had one of these like QR codey things. Um, and I wonder if this like adults welcome section would just have all of these because that's what under the Mona Lisa it says like categories, adults welcome, insider exclusives. Um, welcome in everyone. I was just checking if I could find. Ooh, let me add this to my wish list. There are a bazillion things on my wish list, but this is also not what I was looking for. Um, I was seeing if by just going to like the adults welcome section of the Lego website, if I could just find these kind of like extras without having to scan the QR code. Because what does it say? Insider exclusive. So is it in the insiders section? Sorry, figured I would like look at this while we were on break and then enter to win a trip to the Lego house in Denmark. Redeem. I accept terms of services. Sorry, easily distracted. Um, if it was just something that would be easier to find, like on the website, but it doesn't appear so. Maybe if I, oops, excuse me. Um, so yeah, the I guess we're done with the little podcasty thing. So we'll just go back to my wonderful Amazon Music. Because I did scan that other QR code that I thought looked different, and it just said it was this, like it brought up the same web page. So despite being different, it was the same. But I will add that link in like the description section of the video. Your face hurts from eating. Alex, eating is not supposed to make your face hurt. I do know certain things. You chew them and you're like, okay, my cheeks hurt, like my jaw hurts. Ugh, yuck. One, two, three. 1, 1, 2. I take an antihistamine plus the spray up your nose stuff for allergies because pollen hates me. Even when you eat soft things, like softer things. I mean, you could always do like protein smoothies, like smoothies with like protein powder or something. Yes, because we were out of creamer, so I couldn't have coffee. So I have to drink Red Bull. You try like the protein smoothies? Whatever. There's you could put a fair amount of extra calories, whatever, with the protein powder. Oh, I did that backwards. Dang it. Oh, you can't subsidize it with like like a fruit smoothie. Smush, smush, smush. I mean, try not to drop any. Ugh, that sucks. I guess because it gets digested faster because it's liquid versus having to like work. Thank you, Cosmic. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day and that the bean isn't being too hard on you. Okay. Got the yawns. I thought about adding a redeem where I would wear the kitty sweatshirt and put nudes in it. The heat. The heat. So we Monday at like every day when I get dressed, I check the weather. Like I ask the Alexa device to tell me the weather for the day, and it was like today you have a high of, it was like 95 or something, but like way higher heat index. And then it was like, and a heat advisory starts at noon and ends at 8 p.m. on Wednesday. I was like, wow, just all of Tuesday, all of Wednesday, and half of today. Thanks. That's what I wanted. Like the heat index the other day was 106. I was not. It's horrible. I was like, I've had my heat wave. There was a heat wave when I went to Georgia to visit Steele. I've had my heat wave of the summer. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't really been going outside because it's just stupid hot. Of course, we'll be outside tomorrow, but. And they threatened us with rain, and it did rain here a bit yesterday. Right before, like when I was getting ready to stream, I heard it like there was rumbling of like thunder and stuff while I was streaming yesterday, but it did let loose right before I went live, and I was like, "Oh, please, don't let this be some crazy weather and it like, you know, lose power because somebody drove into a power line or, lose internet because somebody did something stupid." But it didn't rain very long, and Crazy was in, and his work is, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes from our house. And mostly just because of traffic, not distance wise. Um, and he was like, "Nah, it didn't rain here at all." And then when he got home, he said when they left to come home for the day, his friend's truck was wet, but his wasn't, and they were parked like right next to each other. So I have no. Speaking of crafts, what do you got? Like, so I have a channel in Discord where my daughter posts like her crafty things she makes. But I'm gonna get inundated with these freaking crochet things that Steele has got me addicted to. Um, if I put stuff in there, would anybody be interested in something like that? Or if I put them on my fourth wall, what do you guys think? Do you think that's like a nah, or that it would be a good idea? Because I have stuff. Let me show you guys. Since I'm at like kind of a stoppy, um, I have stuff left over from the last craft show I did, which was a while ago, and before my embroidery machine stopped talking to my computer because my computer upgraded too much. But like these keychains, so these are like what I have left, but if I put them on either like Discord or whatever, or fourth wall, I don't know, what do you guys think? I really like these. I wish I could make more of these. uh they're like little skeleton animals. What I need to do is figure out a way, because I have a computer, like it's a really cheap, simple, it doesn't do much. Not the one I obviously use for streaming, but I have from when I first got my embroidery machine. What I need to do is figure a way to like regress where I need to figure out a way to like regress Windows so that it will talk to my computer, so it will talk to my machine again. Because most embroidery machines have that little chip, like the SD card. You put it in your computer, load the file, and then put it in your machine, and then it does it off that. But mine doesn't. Mine connects directly into my computer. So I either need to save for a new embroidery machine or figure out a way to regress my Windows so it talks to my machine again. But in the meantime, like, I don't know. I don't want to be like, guys, buy my shit, but I want somebody to buy my shit so it's not in my house. Um, but yeah, if I put like the option for like the crocheted jellyfish on there, like either on Discord or on the fourth wall, do you guys think that's a good idea? Because I know you can sell things you make personally on your fourth wall. But I have like baby stuff too that I sewed, like burp claws and bibs and things like that. Um, Left over from the last craft show I did. I really need to get into doing craft shows here too. But it's so frustrating when you move from one place to the other one, like finding ones that you feel comfortable doing that aren't like, yeah, here's a table, but it's like $100 for the table. Hope you sell enough to cover that. And this is what I'm talking about. Bag 6 is like one of those mini bags, but this is like the only bag for bag 6. So I have so many patterns for my embroidery machine, but they're not really usable right now because it doesn't talk to it. So I'm trying maybe a little taller so you can kind of. There we go. We get most of it. You'll just have to ignore the light a little bit in the corner there. But if I make it any, ooh, there we go. There we go. Now you guys can pretty much see the whole thing. Sometimes it just requires that I fiddle fart with where the camera is or how it's angled. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, it's on an angle in the picture, and I was like trying to count the dots to make sure I had the right length bar. But now we're gonna start like on the actual Mona Lisa. We've built like this foundation, and that's the back of it. And then these things on the side, like the frame will like peg into that. Yeah, like a canvas. Yeah. I was trying to think of the word that Aloha Carl uses, but I don't remember it. So, because when he did like the double looper roller coaster thing, he was talking about he made some kind of like foundation like that was more stable than like what the original Lego set called has you build, and that it would like fit into like a Lego city better. And I'm trying to think of the word he used, but I can't remember. It's been a long time, at least for my brain. Yeah, Mills plate. That's it. I was like, it's like right there, but not at the same time. Yeah, it's kind of like a Mills plate in that kind of like thicker, more structured way, but not a Mills plate, you know. And it's cool the way they're doing the directions. They're doing like a complete top down so that you can get them placed right instead of that kind of sideways they do sometimes. Well, most of the time. Alex, we caught the Panpour. The little blue monkey. And they have the option at the end, because I was like scrolling through the instruction booklet to see how many bags there were before I opened the box. Um, and they give you the option to put like a brick that has like the printed eyes or a blank brick to kind of give her less of a face. But I'm pretty sure I'm just putting the eyes. Because I don't know, the blank bricks just, I don't know, seem creepy. Like she got no eyes, no face. I don't catch. You know, we've talked about this before. It's like gambling without money. They let you catch everything for a while, and then you catch nothing for a while. And then you catch like sporadically, and then you're back to like all the time again. It's to keep you hooked. Like to keep you playing. It's a little like gambling. Like even though you're not spending any money, like not real money. And I'm not even sure there's a way to spend real money with this pokey chat Twitch thing. Um, but it to me it's a little like gambling. It like keeps you addicted and keeps you playing. Okay, we're gonna put this, then that, this. I mean, to me, these bricks are way because they're like a mintish green or like way lighter than what I think of as like the sky around the Mona Lisa, but it's also under how much years of varnish and light, so who knows. So I I like this one. And like at this point nothing's just for Facebook, right? Like it started on TikTok or Instagram and it winds up just everywhere. I'd hack the game or something in Wargaming stream the other day. Didn't miss a single catch. That's fantastic. Um, but anyway, they restore art, right? So like they will show you like they film how they go through like the restoration process. So like cleaning them and like light it almost looks like they lighten them, but they don't. It's like getting the dirt and grime like out of the varnish and stuff and like revarnishing them and like touching up like where the painting's been scratched or whatever, like matching the old style of paint, and it's pretty interesting. And I was throwing at everything that came up. Wargaming's funny. He's like, you always use ultra balls. Yes, I do. I have other balls, but it's just like in my chat, I have just ultra balls because I set the like it does it for me, throws the ball for me, so I don't have to stop and choose a ball. But so then it's like I just when I do it in other people's, I just throw an ultra ball out because I know I have a ton of them. I rarely have to worry about not having them. But he's like, you do an ultra ball. I barely have any. I was like, just buy them. Just buy them, Wargaming. You have the Pokey dollars, and it's not like you have to pay to replenish those dollars. Like it's strictly fake money, you know. You didn't put any money in it to start, and whatever. So sometimes when I'm in wargamings, I will go by what his guide says. But also, I'm not always sure I have the ball the guide is talking about. like suggest like use a netball or a geo ball. Like I don't always know if I have those balls. So sometimes I just throw the ultra ball because I know I have them. And there's not really like a thought about it. Speaking of this, have we done the Pokey Dailies? I know I have not. Let's quick do the Pokey Dailies while we're talking about it. Here we go. Pokey Daily. Exclamation. Pokey. Oh. And I know I have a thing that allows me to like use it and then do a Pokey Daily again. Ooh, I got a rare reward. $514, 3 Geo Balls, 3 Friend Balls, and 3 Mock Balls. What do Mock Balls do? What's a Mock Ball? Like MACH, like Mach 5, but Mock Ball. Pokey. Oh, go back. Okay, good. Let's see what a Mock Ball is. Mock Ball. A sturdy ball most effective when used on fighting or flying type. Like, don't get me wrong, I have a ton of different types of balls, but I don't like know what they do half the time. A fantasy ball is an enchanted ball most effective when used on fairy or dragon type. And then what do I have? A Pokey Daily reset. This item will reset your cooldown for your Pokey Daily. Do it! And then in a little bit, I'll do my Pokey Daily again. Okay, so we done all this kind of minty green. Now we're on to the white and blue. And like I said, I do use the codes guidance sometimes in Wargaming stream, but I'm not always sure I have that ball, so it's kind of a like a gamble. Like, do I? Don't I? Frustration. I downloaded because it was free. Um, the Magic the Gathering game that's like, you know, the Pokemon game in Steam. And I was like, I'll log in and just kind of like set up my account, but then it like wanted me to start doing battles right away. And I was like, how do I get just to the menu? I don't want to be in a battle. I just want to take me to the menu. And so finally I was like, surrender. And it finally allowed me to go like just to the menu. Not that I'm any better at that than Pokemon, but I call them time wasters. It's great for wasting time. Or avoiding adult responsibilities, however you want to put that. Remember, everyone, if you build Lego as the end of the year approaches, they will discontinue sets. at the end of the year. So keep an eye if there's any sets you want. You know, at least find a list, make sure the one you want isn't on it. I know that the Titanic is retiring this year, and I really want it, but I also don't have that kind of money to just, yep, you know, I wish. So we had 3 extra pieces, but pretty much normal pieces for extra. See, and then 7, it's just this. I feel like they could have put like probably 6, 7, and 8 really into one bag and been fine. But they have their reasons for how they divide the bags up. Maybe it's based on like color scheme or something like that. One piece. That's my best guess, that sometimes it's broken up based on like color scheme. I don't really know the answer though. It says I need, oh no, 2. I'm looking for a third one. There isn't a third one. I feel like I do that a lot. Look for an additional brick in one of one kind, and there isn't that. Oh, I missed a brick in my getting ready. A wild Dachshund? Oh, it's a weenie dog. So my friend loves pugs, right? Like that's her favorite kind of puppers. And she has a pug, right? And in those, that pattern lady that Steele has got me addicted to, um, she has a pattern for a hot dog pug. So it's like a pug in a hot dog bun. I think when we go visit them for Thanksgiving, I'm totally going to make one for her and surprise her with it. She does watch my stream sometimes, though, so she may not be surprised. I do really need to hang up my, like, painting ones, my art ones, whatever. Though the Milky Way one, I want to get like one of those like a thin shelf to like just set underneath of it to give it like a little added support because I fear that's why they're not hung up because I fear them falling. And I would assume that that's something Lego has tested, but it still makes me nervous. I'm afraid that they're just gonna fall. Does anybody else have the art ones and have hung them up and like they're fine? It's probably just like overactive imagination worrying about it, but that is why mine aren't hung up. They were like sitting on shelves and stuff, like still displayed, but not that you like not hanging by the hook parts. Because I don't see them passing the fall test. You caught it, Alex. You caught the hot dog. I pushed that camera up so you guys would have like a more complete view. But I wonder if it would be better just to bring it down a little bit and give you like a less complete view of the whole thing, but a better view of like the current area I'm working on. Oh, I did see a post about the Riftopia the other day in the Discord. I don't remember if I told you guys or not. They were talking about like they put out a let me look at it so I tell you it correctly. Um a roadmap is what they called it to the next playtest. Essentially, like right now they're doing like performance and rebuild based on like feedback that they got during the first playtest. And then there'll be like a thing where they work on like co-op battles and new units on like a chatbot, Twitch drops, OBS overlay. And then there's some other like secret, like we'll let you know when we get to that step. Um, and they said they're in step one, but the performance is already looking much nicer, and they'll update as they do each step. Like they'll like, okay, we're on step two, and this is what step two is. So there will be another playtest, and they are working on it. Pickle peanuts. These taste so good. So eventually we will have more Riftopia. I know we didn't play very much of it because it was like the week I went to go visit Steel and wasn't really streaming. So we only played it like twice, I think. But I enjoyed it. I don't know about you guys. You may have played it other places as well. I enjoyed the Riftopia. I enjoyed that you got to set more than one unit down as a captain. because I know that was one of my main gripes with Stream Raiders. It was like, okay, if I could just like I don't didn't like on days where you wouldn't have necessarily like a lot of people playing with you, like if I could just set down a one more another unit, then we might not lose the battle. So it was nice that you get to set multiple units down even as a captain. So I did really like that aspect of it. It was frustrating that sometimes it wouldn't like load, and we'd have to either wait it out to see if it would eventually load, or if we would have to just refresh. See, bag 8 is so tiny too. But again, I don't know if it's based off like color combinations, or like, this part is in this bag, this part's in this bag, this part's in this bag. I don't know. They have their reasons, but 17 bags makes it sound like, oh my god, this is a huge build, but it's a lot of little pieces, so that always like ups the piece count and stuff. Okay, so check those things off on the redeem list so I don't forget that I already did them. Oop. Our kind of first, that's more than just kind of a flattish brick. Looking for the ending before it's begun. Put our little wrench piece in there. I will have more of the minifigures before um, the stream anniversary as well. I was hoping some would go on sale during Prime Days like it did last time, but it didn't. So got that night, got your feeling in your bones. Way to go. Are you ready to go? From me to West to LA to Tokyo, don't you know? No, no, if I get you out of the dark in it. Oop, you're not the right color. Okay. We like angels. Okay, you're the right color. You get to know this and control this so we don't get in the way. But we get in the way. Oh, Not today, not going away. Out of the dark. So also the state passed a no cell phone thing, so the kids aren't allowed to mess with their cell phones at all from like first bell to last bell. Like at all. And it then like I was like, okay, it's just cell phones, but it went on to cover things like smart watches, which I understand. You can take a call on them, you can text on them. Um but it covered like Bluetooth headphones and things like that. And so I guess when we do the back to school thing next week, I'm going to have to find one of her IEP teachers and ask if that covers her headphones, because her headphones are technically Bluetooth, but they're not Bluetooth to anything. They're just sound emitting headphones. So in her IEP, it states she can have them, but um, like, is somebody going to try to say something where we have to justify it, even though they're part of her IEP? Because she's allowed to have them to block the sounds in the room because it gets to her. And my thing is if you just enforced the rules that were already in place, we wouldn't have to go to this like extreme no cell phones. Because they've gone to that because kids don't listen and they keep bringing their phone. Well, if you took their phone and said you have to get a parent to come pick it up, I guarantee that's going to stop. And I guess to a certain extent, it's probably some parents don't care. They'll just come pick it up, make a fuss that you took their kid's property, and then let them do it again and again. I'm sure that is probably something they deal with. But I feel like we have to keep making rules because you don't enforce the rules to begin with. Like, so they're not allowed to listen to them at lunch, nothing. Which, I mean, I feel like if you couldn't enforce the basic rule, how are you going to enforce this kind of stricter rule? Ooh. I forgot to tell you guys, we had Mormon, what is it, the ones that come around to your door, try to, get you to join their church at your door. But I just told them we belong to the Church of Satan. The looks on their faces were hilarious. We don't really belong to the Church of Satan, but we don't go to any church. And I figured that was the fastest and least complicated way to get them away from my door. Oh. Okay, I see it now. There's one. There's another one hiding somewhere. Jehovah Witness, that's the name. I knew it would come to me. I fully believe you can practice whatever religion you want. Just don't try to force others. We are working our way down. It says 6 of these. And I know religion is a touchy subject. But I believe just because I don't want to practice a religion does not mean others can't practice a religion. It's much like anything. You can believe whatever you want as long as you're not like trying to shove your beliefs down somebody else's throat or have this attitude like because they don't believe what you believe that there's somehow something wrong with them. There are very few things that don't fall under that. You do you, I'll do me. There are some, but and I have what I would consider several friends that fully, are religious, and that's fine. So we're building like her chest down now. This is head and chest down. I'm guessing anyway. Ooh, 17 white bricks. But we covering up all this area. A bramble ghast is what I got. I guess that's the name. And everything is changed. So we have like our first layer on top of the mill's plate type thing. Ah. We're gonna have ads soon-ish. That's 13. Apparently my bags have deviated from the pile. That song's just slow in the beginning. Or most of it, I guess. My phone is like, everybody is streaming. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure there's no like important text buried in the, randomness. Nope. Okay. Ooh, now we're doing border. Okay, now we need 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yep, and then the same as we did on the top, but around the bottom. Nope, you're a black piece. There we go. Oh, that's better. It's something happened to the cuckoo. He wound it the other day, like did the pulled the chains down to, keep it going, and the one thing fell off. And since then, we have been playing this ahead behind game, like trying to get it on time, like so it's not losing time or gaining time. Crazy, like. So we're 2 minutes ahead of, well, late, I should say. But we'll be having ads again here in about 30 seconds. Oh. And again, 3 minutes, then come back. Okay, never mind. Apparently, reading instructions is hard today. I don't build during the ads. That way you don't miss anything if you get ads. Ooh, that was much faster compared to the when it said ads are starting soon. Okay, I'm going to quick take a peek at my email while we're in this ads. And I think I'm gonna have to check in like my junk spam mail to see if maybe the school emails got you know, it's weird how they decide like what's spam and what's not. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to double check my spam just to make sure the school emails aren't. Don't get me wrong, it does a good job with the spam. Just occasionally, like the most random ones wind up in spam, and you're like, no, I don't know why that got marked. Nope, I don't see any from the school. Well, welcome back, everyone. I was just trying to make sure that I hadn't missed any emails from like the school because we're getting closer and closer. Checking my email and nope. I don't think I missed anything. I even looked in my spam and didn't see anything. So, oh, we're working on our second layer of bricks. Does anybody have anything fun planned for the weekend? Even if fun is sleeping all weekend, that's fun to you. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1 and 2. And did you guys want me to put pics of the animals tomorrow in the Discord? We shingling your roof. Whew, good luck, Kevin. That can be a big project. I know you have an older boy. Is he gonna help at all? Or I know he works too, so I guess I should say, are you going to have any help uh doing it? we obviously had our roof redone last year when the tree fell on it, but we've only lived in one other house that had to have the roof redone. Also, my mom's birthday and his family. Ooh, that's good. It's always good to have help. The more help you have, the faster you can get it done. Well, happy birthday to your mom. All the birthdays. I believe Alex said hers is next Tuesday as well. Everybody's got the birthdays. And I think Carrots is coming up as well. Coming up or just past. Throne was like, birthdays. Carrot's birthday is happening soon. But it's one of those things you like, you saw it, but when did you see it? And you're convinced yourself it's just a couple days ago, but really that was like 3 weeks ago, so who knows? At least that's how my brain works. So these two's in this. Then two to a single. That's right. And then at the end of that. She might be trying to get the gremlin to bed. It is. Or getting him tea. I know, that's right. I was like, this space has nothing in it, but according to the thing, that's not supposed to yet. Again, just 2 common blocks left over. Oh, reach! As I was saying, a fair amount of the bags in this set were like tiny bags. So don't let the 17 bags or 1,500 pieces intimidate you. Oh, anyway, the only other time we've had somewhere we've lived that had its roof refinished was near the end ish when we lived in Nebraska. We had really bad storms come through and it damaged like a lot of the roofs in the base housing where we lived. And it took a while to get them fixed because of how they have to do them. Like so they have to like put out for like they have to write up a contract and then they have to put out the contract to so they can accept bids on it, and then they have to wait x amount of time and then choose a bid, which is almost always the lowest bidder, and then of course get started. And they'd be like working on your house and then all of a sudden they'd just be gone, and we're like, what the heck? Like we would see it like driving, just driving around doing your normal daily stuff. And somebody eventually said that I guess they probably were like trying to, like they weren't following the proper steps. They were supposed to like proper safety guidelines. So like uh they would run from OSHA essentially. So it took a while to get like all the houses fixed that were supposed to be fixed. And to a certain extent, like we never had somebody come out and inspect the roof before they came. Like we just called housing and we're like, hey, our roof got messed up in the last storm. They're like, yeah, a lot of people's did. We're working on it, kind of a deal. And so they would just start working on the roof when they got there. They had no concept of like how damaged each roof was before they would start the job. And our particular roof had to be like taken all the way down to the like plywood and redone. Like it was so damaged. It kills me that there's nothing there and they're just gonna be like, nope, bloop. Three wide, yeah. And then the next one is 4 and then 3 again. But yeah, it was kind of crazy. I know they did get in trouble though because they weren't like cleaning up well and people kept like driving over nails and having their tires popped. And one lady found um like for a nail gun you have like it's all connected and you just like feed it into the machine so it's like a string of nails, like a whole string just kind of laying in the street. Okay, we did that part. And then nope, other way. And then this and this. Like that. I feel like we're just zipping along. Come on. Ooh, we're making hair. Three whole bubbles and a half on each end. Ooh, almost put that in the wrong bucket. Okay. What's left in here aren't very big bags, so I'm just going to try to grab them all. So I already had 13 up here by accident. 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. I was all prepared with bins in case of unbuilding. Oh, that's what I meant to check. Give me 1 second, guys. I could have swore I got texts from like UPS saying, "Hey, your order has been moved up." So I was trying to see if it was out for delivery. So I thought one was supposed to come today, and I was just trying to see if it was already out for delivery or not. But when I look at the website, it still says tomorrow. But even though UPS is the one who texted me, I don't know. Come here, bag, oh bags, go in the box. Yeah, it still says tomorrow. I wonder why that is. Oh well. Oh, four of these. 1, 2, 3. A wild ninjasek. He looks like a little moth guy. Okay, so I had planned to stream to like, I don't know, 5-ish. So we'll have time, I believe. I don't want to jinx myself. But that being said, if we finish this with time left over, um, is there anything in particular you guys would like to see? A game or a certain whatever? Cross stitch, crochet, whatever. I believe Carrot said he's going to start the Stitch Along in his stream on Monday. So I will probably work on it some on Tuesday, after whatever we do. Running out of time. Oh, yes, I know just why the stars are bright tonight. Two, three, four, five. Yep. But I hope everyone is having a good day. And I appreciate everybody, whether you're a lurker or a talker, whether you're here for 5 minutes or the whole time. I always appreciate everybody who takes their time. Even if you have me as like your third tab open and you're not even really listening to me, I appreciate it. I also know streaming during the day, you know, makes it more interesting for sometimes people can't tune in at all, or sometimes they can but can't really talk. So I appreciate everybody who's here. And I also know I hit points where I just kind of stop talking, which isn't fantastic, but I know as a streamer you're supposed to like have a constant stream of babble. Okay. That's better for this step anyway. Is that two singles? I guess it is. Oop. Yeah, it's my birthday tomorrow, but my husband took off work, so we're actually gonna like leave the house and do things. So I streamed today instead of tomorrow. And thank you for the birthday, the happy birthday. It's supposed to yell. Maybe I don't have like read the whole thing on. It's supposed to go. Maybe I don't have it on like read the whole oh nope, that's the wrong one. One up. Edit. Oh yeah, I didn't have scan whole message on. Save changes. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, originally I was just gonna stream on my birthday. Because I figured my husband was gonna work anyway, so what does it matter, you know? Um it would be his 4 day weekend for work. But I was like, he streams Fridays and then, we'll do something Saturday. Uh, but he came home yesterday? No, Monday, sorry. Monday, and was like I was looking at stuff to possibly do, and he was like, well, so what are we doing Thursday? And I was like, I'm streaming because it's my stream day. And he was like, oh. And I was like, what's the O for? And he's like, oh, because I took off work. So I figured, and I was like, oh, well, you didn't tell me that. So my I can only plan with what I know. And he was like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought I told you. Yeah, where he works, because he works for the state, they get their birthday off. Like to either their direct birthday off or like to use as a vacation day essentially. And where did these pieces go? I flipped the page too soon, I think. Or did I grab too many pieces? That's possible too. Where am I supposed to put these? But he didn't use his when he got it because um he already had those days like blocked off and in the schedule because our daughter goes to national archery competition. It's always like the weekend of his birthday. Like his birthday always falls during that time. So he didn't take it then. So he's like, so I had it. So I just took it off then. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, then in that case, I guess I'll stream Wednesday and we can do some. Oh, thank God it's something that's normally an extra brick. It just squished out of my hand and God knows where it went. Into the ether, never, never to be found again. But yeah, so he said the magic words too. He was like, I thought we would go to that bookstore you like. You do love me. Yeah. Like the first year we thought, oh, it's just like a coincidence. And then she went last year and it was also like the same time as his birthday. And so I looked up um the archery competition, and they tell you for like that year's plus the next 2 years like when the competitions will be and where, because they do like 2 years in Daytona Beach and then 2 years in Myrtle Beach for like um the so she goes to nationals in Kentucky, but worlds, which is like the next level up, they do 2 years in Daytona Beach and 2 years in Myrtle Beach, and they're on the same website. So they give you like all kinds of stuff to like plan ahead. And we looked, and it's like every year his birthday is like nationals are held right around his birthday. So we're like for. I mean, she's a junior this year, so just this year, next year, your birthday will be spent in Kentucky. I was like, we could always buy like do stuff on the way home, like stop off at a distillery or whatever. But yes, he is sweet because I have a major book collection. I started reviewing. I have like a book blog, and I started reviewing books like 10 years ago now. And then I started going to book signings, like the big book signings where they have like 50 plus authors there, and those become expensive. Um, so I always tease them. I was like, you thought you lucked out because I don't care about purses or dyeing my hair or getting my nails done. But those books add up. I said, and now you got me addicted to Legos. I blame you for this. And that's probably way more than purses and hair would ever cost. But I always tell him too, like there's always going to be some kind of expense. She either likes, you know, she either doesn't want to like really leave the house and you're like, oh, I scored, she's a homebody, but then before you know it you have chickens and baby cow, like miniature cows and miniature pigs. So you're still spending the money somehow. She's gonna have an addiction of some kind. Be like, she may not, you may not have to worry about her going out and wanting her hair done and that being crazy expensive, but there is going to be something. My daughter's the animal one. Her goal is to live fairly in the middle of nowhere with goats and sheep and llamas and whatever else she can get her hands on. I was like, why won't this piece be flat? I don't know if she wants moo but she definitely wants goats. She always jokes that's the only kind of kids she wants are goats, baby goats. Yeah, she says she don't want kids. The only she don't want a human kids. The only kids she wants are the goat kind. Mini moo. Have you seen the mini Scottish Highland cows? They are adorable. We went to our local zoo this past weekend because we have like the year long membership, and I always joke it's like a season pass to the zoo. Um, so we went and they have what they call bush dogs, and they weren't out. And there's been a sign before, like, when it's too hot, that they're not out because of like being older and things like that, or just it's just too hot for them. And so when they weren't out this weekend, we're like, oh, that's why. It's too hot, and it really has been like stupid hot where we live. And then I was reading the like zoo newsletter email they send out, and it turns out they were not out because they had babies. So they're so adorable. Let me see if I can find a picture. Yeah, they had two little babies. Baby bush dogs. Okay, let me. They look like that. Aren't they just like the most adorable things ever? I would totally die booping the snoot. A baby red panda. I bet they're adorable too. Red. Right? Like, I would die booping the snoot. Look at them. There's dog cat. Oh, look how tiny. Look at there's a picture of a mama and or a daddy and two babies. They're so adorable. Yeah, I would definitely. There are so many animals that I would die booping the snoot. Like, I don't care. Like, if that's how I go, I'm okay with it. But yeah, so many. Did I put that at the wrong? I did. I'm trying to start her hair at the wrong place. Yeah. Like we have the standing joke in our house. Why for, not friend if friend shaped? Like if they didn't want me to touch it, why did they make it so cute? Yeah. I am that typical white woman. Come here. I'll give you lovins. Come here. That's a bobcat. Shh. I don't care. Okay, 4 complete bubbles. Yeah, like I don't care. I will happily be that stereotype. So we live in Arkansas, and an interesting fact about Arkansas is if you rescue a baby trash panda because it needs rehabbing, you can have 5 of them. And whenever I mention it, my husband's like, "You have to rescue them, not steal them from their mother." I was like, "Semantics, same difference. I rescued them from the outdoors." Like without a special license, you can just legally own 5 trash pandas. Right? It's the same thing. Rescue, steal. I'm just making sure it has food. I was like, first of all, if you didn't want me to take advantage of that law, why did you even tell me about it? Right? I'm making sure that it is fed properly and lives a long, healthy life. So when we moved in, I made him put a bat box out. Like we were at um Bass Pro Shop and they had a bat box and I was like, "Oh, we're getting it." So I made him put a bat box out there in a tree. I don't know if there's any bats in the bat box, but I do know we have bats. Another friend did have 2 raccoons. I don't know if he still has them. They were cute and would go crazy for grapes. Yet they're like they will eat anything. First of all, and I will feed them so nutritiously. Like I will make sure they have all the best stuff. Um, but so we have, you know how you have like the little octagon shaped like vent windows on the side of the houses. They're usually to like for airflow for the attic or crawl space. He had a huge enclosure. Yeah, I would love them so much. There's an author I follow. She has a raccoon. His name is Rodney. He is giant. Like he is such a fat raccoon, but he is amazing. Let me see. She posts him all the time on social media. Let me see if I can find a picture of him. Thank you, Lucky. Rodney the raccoon. I was hoping I could just like Google it and it would just bring up her page, but it seems it's brought some kind of cartoon up instead. Apparently, Rodney the raccoon is now like something else. But she used to post him all the time on her Facebook, and he was hilarious. She'd like post up all the antics that he would get into. She's like, he didn't like he loves animal crackers, right? So she bought like the organic type animal crackers, and she was like, he was not impressed. She's like, oh well, now my husband has lots of animal crackers to eat. Okay, let's see this. That's so weird. There's no like brick on the bottom, and at first I was like, oh, they'll cover it, like they'll put something there, but no, it's like down here. There's no like brick underneath these two pieces. And I guess it's so it can kind of lean in more. I don't know. But yes, thank you for the birthday wish, Lucky. I hope you're having a good day. We are chugging along on this Mona Lisa set. But yeah, so the zoo had they weren't out because they had the bush dogs. I know that took us like on a side adventure. Uh, but they were so adorable. Apparently, they had two of them, two babies. Um, and the times we have seen them at the zoo, um, they always are in like pairs. Like if one goes in, the other one scurries after. If one comes out, then one's scurrying out after them. But they are very vocal. They just yip 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 yip. Like they'll talk, like you can talk to them and be like, "Oh, you know, you're so cute. How are you today?" Whatever. Of course, they can't understand what you're saying because they're animals, not human. But they'll like yip back at you like they're having a whole conversation with you. They're very talkative. They're so cute too. Our zoo has otters too, but I like have seen them once in the like dozens of times we've been there. I've seen them out once. I don't know if I'm probably just coming at the wrong time of day, you know. But the penguins were out while we were there, and they were being very cute. I love penguins. Okay, let's figure out. Okay, do that last. So when we lived in Nebraska, they had. I will look at it. I just want to finish this step because if not, I will like totally confuse myself, and then we can look at the stuff you sent on Discord. Um, they had like an aquarium, a pretty decent sized aquarium inside their zoo. It was like part of the things together, and they had tons of penguins. Yeah, my brain will be like, no, you stopped in the middle of it. We have no comprehension about how those pieces go anymore. But they had a lot of penguins, and they had like a shark tunnel you could walk through. Our zoo is fairly small, like our local zoo, but they just added a Komodo dragon. Her name is Tia or Taya, Tia. Um, like really recently, they just added her. Like they have a reptile house, so it's like when you walk in, there's like on the outside there's a enclosure and it has a snapping turtle and an alligator in it, and then you walk in the building and they've redone it so that the Komodo dragon is there with some like little monkeys, and like the Komodo dragon's like on the second half of that wall, and the first half is like a deserty type enclosure. It's got like a some kind of hedgehog type thing and an armadillo, and then some like little tiny monkeys that always are at the top. but then the middle part of that is a bird enclosure. So the birds are free roaming. So you have that like where you have to go in one door, stop, wait till it closes, go in the second door, and then there's all kind of like birds and ducks. And then when you go out the other side the same way, in between the doors so no birds get out. Um they have other monkeys. So it's kind of like reptile monkey. Like it's hard to explain like how the building is laid out, but they have like snakes and all kinds of stuff, and they're redoing the reptile part. So a lot of the like I would say half the reptile enclosures in there this past weekend were like um we're building had little signs on that said like we're building a new habitat, please be patient with us, kind of a deal. um so they are like building and expanding, and they had like a little amphitheater thing like right when you walk in, but like I never saw anything being done there. So this time when we went, they had it all like gates or like railings and stuff like fenced off. I think they're demolishing it and redoing that area to something that's probably they're going to use more often than they have been. um Discord. I was like, my brain will work eventually. Which Where did you put it, Dusa? I was like, every once in a while, you think you've like scrolled all the way down, and you definitely haven't. Oh, a message. Sorry. My brain is like, oh, it's in the thing. Oh, they're so adorable. Okay, accept request. Sorry, I didn't even look up that far on my thing. I just like, oh yeah, this is what we're doing. And how did I do this? Open source properties. There we go. Oh, he's so adorable. So apparently in Texas, there's a some kind of zoo wildlife. I forget exactly what it is, but you can go in this enclosure and play with otters. And they make the joke that they check your pockets and stuff when you leave, like before you completely leave the enclosure, not because they think you're trying to steal an otter, but that the otters are prone to just climbing in your pocket on their own. So they have to look for otter shaped lumps in your pocket because an otter might have climbed in your pocket to try to leave with you. Oh, yes, there's a guy on I see his reels, videos, whatever you want to call them. He takes his possum like out like it's a cat or a dog, like just out with him, because he says they only live like 7 years, and he's not going to waste those precious times. He's going to make sure his his possum friend has the best 7 years of his life. He's like he gets bacon, and we take him to the dog park, and he's like he took him through the drive-through at Starbucks for a pup cup. We get kitty pup cups from Starbucks, but when we go, I make sure to ask. I'm like, just a little bit, because she's not gonna eat like all of it. So just can you give us like just a little squirt? It doesn't need to be like a crazy amount. Yeah, this is Joey. He has just been groomed that day. My friend brought him over to meet my boyfriend. Yes, they're so cute, and people get like weirded out by them, but they're very like clean. They don't, they can't get rabies. Oh, thank you. Okay, it's sand experiment. Sorry, it's scrolling too fast for me. I gotta use my Firebot because the chat in like the side from Twitch, it scrolls by too fast for me. Thank you for the raid and the happy birthday. Um, Thank you, Zombie Monkey, Pori Puree. If I said that wrong, I'm so sorry. Thank you for all the happy birthdays and the follows. I hope your stream went well. I missed the thing where it said what you, the little intro is back with more fantastic art. This cozy streamer is mixing things up with sand, paint, and even some performance art. From portrait practice to show brainstorming, they're always experimenting. Come chill and relax with some visual ASMR and traditional art. Well, welcome in, and thank you so much for the raid and all the happy birthdays and the follows. It should have shouted you out automatically, like it's supposed to do it when a raid comes in. Okay, it did that part. If anybody else is a streamer, let me know, and I will. I'm really liking it so far. We are only have like 4 more bags, but they're very small bags, and it's built on what they call like or what is comparable to like a Mills plate. So it's got like this thick kind of base you build first, and then you kind of build on top of it. Like finish out the picture like on top of it. And I we built a frame as well. So this frame will get attached it probably in like the one of the last few steps. Yeah, and it has a plate on the back here where you can hang it. It has like a little hole where you're supposed to hang it. You know, I have hold please. I have gotta find it. Um, the Great Wave. I also have the Milky Way done kind of the same way, and I have um the what is it? We were talking about it earlier. Sorry, my brain farted. Starry Night. So I need to hang these, but part of the reason I haven't hung them is that even though they have a place to hang them, my brain is worried they're going to fall. Like I have this irrational fear that they're going to fall. And actually, this one does. Well, it has two here. No, you can't see it really. These plates are how you put the screw in there to hold it up. There's one on this side and one on that side. But my brain is still like they're gonna fall. So I haven't actually hung them, but I'm pretty sure my husband is getting tired of them just sitting places. Um, so they are going to get hung eventually as soon as I get over my fear that they're going to fall if I hang them. Yes, they have the Van Gogh sunflowers too. I don't have that one yet, but that's on my list too. Oop, I found that one I flicked earlier. Welcome in, more and more. Yeah, that's what I want to find. Maybe like one of those thin kind of floaty shelf type ones for especially for under the galaxy one because it's giant. The Milky Way is giant. Um and I'm really worried like yes, I know that Lego has probably tested, but I figure like a thin kind of floaty shelf or something like that underneath just to give it a little support would probably just like make me feel better more than anything else. So I have looked. Last time we were at IKEA, I looked, and they had one that was just shy of like the width of the Milky Way one. They're not. This one, Starry Night and the Great Wave aren't particularly heavy. The Galaxy, I have it over here. I'll show you. It is really big, and I don't think it's necessarily heavy, heavy. It's just like kind of wonky. This is the Milky Way. So it's not necessarily heavy, but it's just kind of wonky. Like it is like so you can see I can like bend it back and forth. Like it twisties pretty easily. I mean it's got lots of technique to hold it together on the back. So it's just like the way it is. It's not particularly heavy, but I just probably I call it irrational, this fear that it's just going to fall and it's not going to pass the fall test. I have yet to see a Lego that really passes the fall test, and I don't want to hear this crash in the middle of the night. I got that one for Mother's Day last year. It was my Mother's Day present. And by my Mother's Day present, I mean I went to my husband and I said, "This is what I want for Mother's Day." Don't think too hard about it. Just put it in the cart and check out. But yeah, I mean, I really like the way they look, the way they turn out. They're very nice. I just, like I said, have this like semi irrational fear that they're gonna fall down. I'm just scrolling up to make sure I didn't miss any of the chat. But yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to find like some kind of like floaty shelf or some small shelf that I can put underneath them, and that way I won't like maybe just the extra little something sorry something underneath them will make me less panicky about them falling. But we're about to go into ads. I don't build during ads, so that way if you get ads you don't miss anything. um but yes, thank you so much for Sand for the raid. Thank you so much. If you have to raid and run, do post stream stuff, I totally understand. You are fantastic, and I'm gonna follow you back now so I don't forget because I will do that because that's me. If I don't do it while I'm thinking about it, I will totally forget about it. So I'm going to follow those who followed me, or follow those back who followed me. Um, but yes, if you have to raid and run, it's totally. Yes, I know sand art. The only like experience with like sand art I have is like, you know, the kind you get at like the amusement park. You put it in a little bottle or whatever. But that just sounds so cool. Okay. I'm just going to turn the page so I'm on the right spot. Oh. And I'm just going to check something else while we're on break. They have, so my youngest does a virtual school, and they've changed their website some, and now I'm having like a hard time finding the things I'm looking for. You know, like where the thing I'm looking for is on the new layout. Welcome back, guys. I was saying if you need to raid and run or do post streamy stuff, all that kind of stuff, I completely understand, Sand, and I appreciate your raid so much. Thank you. I hope your viewers enjoy what I'm doing, um, and I look forward to catching you stream some sand art. The only sand art like experience I have is like, you know, the kind from the amusement park where you get the little bottle and you pour the sand in. But I look forward to seeing what you do and stuff. That sand art seems pretty cool. But in the beginning of the stream, in the instruction booklet, there's a little QR code and it says playlist, and my brain attributed that to mean music, but it was not music. It was like a little like mini documentary on the Mona Lisa and um, the artist. And I put the link in chat at the time for the for it, but when I'm done and I edit the you can edit the details about the stream or whatever, I will add that in. And next time I will be more prepared when I see the little QR code in the instructions, and I will make sure that they're added. Apparently, they're just in like the adult section on the Lego page somewhere. But I met the QR code does make it easier to find because it takes you right to it. I was trying to find it by just like going on the website and looking around during the one ad break, but I couldn't seem to like just find it, even using like the guidance of the links from the one I had up. We have a couple extra pieces, but they're like the common extra pieces, like little quarter wedges and things like that. And I keep wanting to lean down into the box, but I brought all the bags out. So we're on bag 14. And again, this bag was small. So but yes, if you came in with Sans Raid, and you also stream, feel free to let us know. Tell us about what you do. I will give you a shout out. I like meeting new streamers, but I'm kind of horrible at it. I have the habit of just like rating the same people, and I am trying to get better at it or better about it. We do the pokey thing in our chat, so if you enjoy that, that is here as well. Um, we were talking about animals at the zoo, but though the drive-through safari place that that I was looking at for us to go. Where did it say? They got to feed bison, horses, llamas, goats, kangaroos, and giant rabbits. So I'm excited to feed some animals tomorrow. So it says it's a 120-acre park, and you get to see it through your car. So you just kind of like drive through. They do have a safari house that you can like rent and stay there. Kind of like it says stay at a safari house for a unique getaway inside a working zoo. Enjoy animal encounters, a pool, a garden, and eat and more. By the time I figured this out and went to look at it, it's blocked out for, there weren't any free days, but and then you can do like the VIP, which is I imagine what those people were talking about. It says experience an all new VIP safari adventure featuring hands-on playtime with baby animals, a 4-mile drive through the petting zoo, and a parakeet paradise. Did she? I like her. And I'll be honest, the first time I heard her, like I have XM in the car, so they were talking about Poppy, and my brain, I don't know why, I was like, why is she talking about that damn soda substitute so much? And then I was like, oh, it's an artist. Duh. That makes more sense than where my brain went, but uh Sleep Theory is coming really like at the venue we go to often in October, and I'm excited. So I may have to convince the hubby uh, that I need to see Sleep Theory. We all like me, everybody in our house, I should say, me, hubby, and the kids went to see From Ashes to New and Asking Alexandria um a couple months ago, and like the week before that, me and just the fantasy, my daughter went to see another band in the same venue. They didn't want hubby and the boy didn't want to go, so me and her just went by ourselves. It's like a really kind of small venue, and it's like you can pay to sit on like the mezzanine up top, and then you're like guaranteed a seat, but everything down below is like standing only. But I have a handicap, so I just sit in the handicap section. I usually get kind of weird looks because people like I don't look handicapped when you look at me, especially when I'm wearing pants and it covers my brace completely. But I could not stand through an entire concert, so I don't care about all the looks. But for its size, like the shows are always great there. We've seen several bands there, and they're usually like the ticket prices are usually like way cheaper. So we go to this little venue, but there's like a bigger, arena type venue not far from them, really. And like it seems like the prices are like double to go to that arena compared to that little venue. I love Paramore. I love Paramore. There's a so do you remember Flyleaf from like, early 2000s whatever? Um if I remember it correctly, the members of Flyleaf are now in another band. Um let me look it up. I'm pretty sure it's from Flyleaf. Flyleaf members are now part. There, some of the members from Flyleaf are now in another band though, but I can't remember the name. And of course, my brain's like, how do we word this to get them to give me, the answer I want? Oh, it's gonna bug me now. I can't. I guess I'm not wording it right to get the it to give me the answer I want. I remember them talking about it. Yeah, but this is like new. They've only I think they have like one album out or something like that. They're still fairly new, even though they're like members from the same band. And there's a couple bands that have done that. Sorry, my brain is like, how do we hold this? Um, there's another band that did that. Like they wanted to get back together and be the same band, that they were. It's not Flyleaf, but it's another band. And they said it was so hard to get like momentum going again that they just changed the name of their band and like basically became just gave themselves a new name, and it was easier to like get momentum going by just changing their name and being like a new band. Well, we filled that space that was empty. Um so yeah, now it's gonna bug the crap out of me. Maybe if I don't concentrate on it, it'll come to me. And really, I'm just bad at band names in general because I'd be like, I love this song, and people are like, well, who's it by? I don't know. They sing that song, that song. So this dot, there's a space, this dot, and then this. Ooh, we got a squat brick. They're like half the size of a normal brick. Um, the while we lived in North Dakota, so they have like tours essentially. Like bands will sign up with the USO to play for military members. And sometimes it's like overseas while people are deployed, or sometimes it's at a base. And so one of these tours came through when we lived up there in North Dakota. And so Sick Puppies, Hoobastank, and Skillet played on the base. So there was like a big concert on base. It was fantastic. We won some kind of like thing where we got to have our pictures taken with Hoobastank before they performed. And I loosely say won because a lot of people got them. So, like, it was like a come in, get your picture, and leave. You didn't like get to talk to them really or anything. And then we were like waiting for it to start, and yeah, I don't think that's not it. Um, like I said, I gotta think of like how to word it properly to get it to give me the answer I want. The downfall of Google in my brain is I often don't know how to word things to get like the proper response from Le Google for what I'm looking for. So that was cool. We got to see um them perform, but we were like everybody's sitting in their lawn chairs waiting for the concert to start, and like this big screen turned on and it was a video playing, and it was like the guy from Sick Puppies saying he was sorry, but unfortunately the sick puppies were sick, they got COVID, so they wouldn't be able to attend, and everybody thought it was like the biggest joke, the sick puppies are sick. Where? I don't see another corner piece. I don't feel another corner piece somewhere. You're not a corner piece. Because there was one there. That's all I remember putting. Make sure I didn't. Nope, there's no. Oh, there it is. It was still in the bag. It was blending with the letters or the numbers, and I didn't see it. Uh, but that was a good concert. Um, and we've seen a lot of bands. When we lived in Virginia, it was great because like you're right there near DC, so a ton of bands came through. Ooh, there's that dip. That makes sense now. So this one isn't like I like how like built out the Starry Night one is. Next time we go on break, I will run out into the other room and get it because it was on top of, or it was displayed on my one bookshelf, but then I moved it because I actually needed to put books on the bookshelf. Who'd ever think? Books on a bookshelf. So I just kind of set it on top of the bookshelf, so I have to run out and get it. It's not in this room. But I like how like it comes out like to you. I really like that aspect of it. And I feel like I'm not explaining that very well, but a lot of bands from like the early 2000s and stuff are like going on tour right now or have come back and are making more music, and I love it. Bowling for Soup went on tour, and I heard the other day like Good Charlotte is back. Of course, some of them never went anywhere. Like they've been making music the whole time. Where are you, little brick? There you are. Wish you hated you. Oh. This one is building nice too. It has a very nice, like subtle, like layering. Oh, there it is. I wish I hated you, and after all this shit, you should hate me too. Okay, so we have this. We went to the Georgia Aquarium while we were visiting Steele, and they have blue whales there. They're like the only zoo in the United States that has them because they're so big and like hard to transport. They have four, or they have two. They used to have four, something like that. But they were so big, like you see them in videos and stuff and you're like, yeah, they're big, but like the concept of just like how big they are is like hard to understand until you're like standing in front of this 26-foot screen window, glass thing, and you're staring at one. And there was this huge manta in there with them. It was fantastic. We sat there for a while and just like watched everything in that tank swim in circles. For a while we thought they only had one, and then they both swam like out at the same time and we're like, holy crap. And somebody else must have been like local or have just been to the aquarium before because they were like, they used to have four. I was like, holy crap. But we I think it's like aza.org. It's like Association Zoo Accreditation or something like that. Um you can go to their website and type in your area code or your city or whatever and sort the zoos by like how close they are to how far away, and it'll tell you like every zoo like in distance from how far they are from you, so like the closest zoo to the furthest zoo away from you. And we use it for that reason, so we will go on there, and we've been working our way through the zoos, starting of course with the one closest to us and then working our way further away. Of course, we've been to other zoos on there already based on like where we lived when my husband was military, but the kids like zoos and zoos are cool. It does zoos and aquariums, so we've kind of we've been using that to work our way through all different kind of zoos and stuff. Come on. Did I? Oh, I did this one too far over. This one goes there. And this goes there. And then this goes on top of that. There we go. And yeah, some zoos offer like a discount. So like if your zoo is part of AZA, then they may offer a discount to fellow AZA zoos. So like um was it like some zoos give you like half off admission. You just show them your membership pass to your local zoo or whatever zoo you have that is part of it, and then they're like, okay, based on that you get a discount, which is nice. I don't think all zoos within AZA do it, but they have a list. But you know, they always have the disclaimer too, like make sure you call ahead to the zoo to make sure that they still are honoring that and things like that. My husband's coworker has like chickens and a donkey and a cow and stuff. Um, and my daughter loves going over there and feeding the donkey and stuff, feeding the goats. So they need to do so much like community service before they can graduate. Like it's part of their. They have all 4 years of high school to do it though. But we need to ask the school if she like volunteers and like helps him take care of the animals and feed them or whatever. Like if like he can sign off saying how many hours she's helped, if that'll count. And apparently, I just keep wanting to fling my Legos across the table. We're getting up to her hands. Bags 16 and 17 are so tiny. Nope, okay. That's what we want. We only have bag 16 and 17 left. So, what would you guys like to see do? Like, if there's a game that's multiplayer that you have, I can see if I have it. Or we have some diamond art. We can make another pretzel snake if you guys want. I did finish the Brontosaurus. Is that the right color? No, but I'm not exactly sure I have the right color going either. Oh yeah, because there's this piece, and that's only in that color, so. Oh, nope, it's in both colors. So, we don't want that one. That one's too light. There we go, that's a darker one. Sometimes it's a little confusing when the colors are similar. I have to make sure I'm using the right color. Ooh, there's a heart brick. I don't see those very often. Alex got me to play Disney Dreamlight Valley again yesterday. So we have that, or we can do some of the Jurassic Park. We do one of the they call it Chaos. You wind up like kind of reenacting one of the scenes from the movie. So like they set you up and you have to build up your park, and then at a certain point they like let loose the T-Rex and you have to figure out pushing through work. I finally beat Inscription the other day. I mean, it's a game you can definitely play again and again and again. But I was like, man, I keep getting so close to beating him. And then, like, one misplaced card, or he does some random thing, and I lose. But I finally beat it on Sunday. I have a big diamond art thing I've been working on, too. So we have that as an option as well. Make it make sense, make it make sense. Ooh, her hand. That's neat how they did the fingers. Nope, I'm working at the top. It's a lighter one. At least I think it's the lighter ones. Make it make sense, make it make sense. Maybe it's not that. Like I said, do you plan on playing Tales of the Shire? So my friend said she got that last night. I have not looked at it. Let's quick take a peek at it. I don't even know how much it is. Tales of the Shire. She said she just got it yesterday. And she was playing it. She didn't tell me whether she liked it or not. She just told me she just got it. I'll add it to my wish list. I don't know if I want to spend $30 on it right now. I mean, it is on sale, but only like 10%. Well, okay, so I played Hotel Galactic while it was that when they had that big demo thing, and I really liked it. But the reviews for it now are mixed, mostly I think leaning towards people don't like it. But I really liked it. So, I mean, I think the the reviews you're gonna have to take with a grain of sand. Because let me see if they've changed. Because I just kind of looked at it in passing. I was seeing if it was on sale or whatever. Yeah, they're still mixed, leaning towards like no. But I really liked it. The graphics were good. I didn't have a problem with the gameplay. You know, of course, there's Like you have to wait for them to do something and bring the supplies back, and then you build, and then you have to wait for them to like put it together in places. Maybe people have a problem with like waiting. Like it's not instantaneous. You know, sometimes like some games are like whack, 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 you build it, you're done. It's in your inventory, you can put it somewhere. This one, like you whack, whack, whack. Well, you have to wait for them to bring so much, whatever it is. Say it's wood and like shrub, whatever it is. You know, like wait for them to bring the supplies to the building desk. It isn't like, oh, I have the stuff I need in my backpack. I have to whack, 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 and it's built. No, you have to wait for them to bring the stuff to the building desk, whack, 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 and then it like spits out a box, and then your characters can pick up the box and take it where you want it and put it together, kind of a thing. So maybe people are upset about like the waiting, that kind of like aspect. I don't know. I really liked the game, and it's on my wish list. Um, so I don't know. Um, People are saying like it has too many bugs, but I played the demo and didn't have a single problem. Yeah, people saying it's really buggy and that they've seen this particular company like abandon games without fixing the bugs. So I don't know, maybe it's like a bit of like previous experiences with their games in, influencing this game. And another person says they're playing strictly in sandbox mode because most issues seem to be related to the story mode versus sandbox mode. I don't know. I really like it. I don't know that I think it's worth $35, but you know, I like it. If it goes on sale, I'll probably scoop it up depending on the price. And I put the Tales of the Shire on my wish list. Again, I don't know. I spent full price on like the Disney um game, and I even went and bought the expansion, but then I worry like I know I go through like I'll be obsessed with it and then not, and then obsessed with it and then not. Yeah. So like I think I'll just wait for a little bit of a sale, at least better than 10%. I grabbed the Jurassic Park when I did only because it was like $3 and it's normally $60. And I figured if I don't love it, I spent $3 versus $60 because it was like 95% off. It was some crazy sale. I think they were trying to get people hooked on it because 3 is supposed to come out soon. So they put 2 on like a super sale, hoping that it would like get people addicted to it and then they'd want to buy 3 when it came out. That's my speculation anyway. I have like no real knowledge if that's true or not. But I know games do that sometimes. They'll put one of their versions on sale a lot, you know, to get people interested, and then when the new game comes out, they jump on it. I don't think I've played any of those. I don't do like a ton of the fighty games because I'm bad at it. It's just me smashing keys on the keyboard with a little bit of screaming involved. Those of you who watched me play Hogwarts during the battle scenes know that too. It's just me screaming. Persona 3 Reload. Let's look at that one. Dive into the dark hour and awaken the depths of your heart. Persona 3 Reload is a captivating mentioning of a genre giant RPG born in the modern era, cutting edge graphics gameplay. Our JRPG RPG anime party based RPG. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I played WoW a lot. Like a lot, a lot. Like more hours than I'm comfortable admitting I played. And when people are like, "Oh, you played a lot," like I will put it this way: I played so much that I got to beta test a WoW release. And if you've ever played WoW or know the WoW community, you have to play a lot of hours for them to do that. Um, so I got to beta test the Worgen release, whatever, which one ever came out with the Worgens. I don't remember. But that's how much I played WoW. Um, I blame that one on Crazy too. He's like, "Here, try this game out," and then I'd be like, "Oh my god, don't talk to me. I'm in the middle of something." But even in that game, I would try to play characters where I was like away from the battle, like long distance. I was often a no Morlock, and I would just send my minions in to fight, and I would stand way in the back. Crazy plays them sometimes. I feel like he plays a lot of simulator type games like Farming Sim or the Trucker game, or he's playing. They have a Project Zomboid server right now, him and a couple friends, and they play that. And one of his friends, our friends, whatever, um, got me Ark to try to play with them, and I was horrible. I don't know if it's a combination of I'm just not good at that type of game, or them, because they play and they have like mods and stuff, and they're like, it's simple, just do this, and this, and I'm like, dude, this is fantastic, but you guys haven't shown me the fundamentals of the game. Like, I don't know how to play a game as a basic player versus like all this crazy stuff. Okay, so this is the one where they give you an option. We can either do these kind of blank, or we can make her have eyes. I gotta find her other eye though. There it is. I love WoW. I tried to get in the other day because I hadn't played in a long time. So, like, and I went in and I put in my username and password, and then it was like, we're sending you a confirmation to your email. Okay. So I would went in and they're like, put in the info, click this. I clicked it, and it kept sending me on this wild, like, repetitive goose chase. I have played since then because I played um when they started doing the vanilla servers again, where you could go back to when it was actually a hard game to play, um before they like nerfed a lot of stuff. So we can do it this way where she's got eyes, or we can do it this way where she has just kind of this blank face. Yeah, I started playing like, so sorry, my brain's like, when um Oh my god, forever ago. In like 2007, I started to play. Let's see. When were organs introduced? So Worgans were introduced in Cataclysm in 2010, and I started playing like 2 to 3 years before that. Let's see. Wow. Yeah, Lynch King. I started playing during Lynch King. I think Burning Crusades or Lynch King, one of the two. Fingers on the right keys. Yeah, it was because Lynch King was blue and Burning Crusades. Yeah, so I started playing during Burning Crusades because I remember Lynch King coming out. I love the pandas. Yes, yes, I loved the pandas. So I love the Worgans only because of like, because you know you can make them talk. You can make them like tell jokes and stuff. And I love the gnomes because one of the gnome jokes was, "Where are the nuggets on a chicken?" And then when the Worgans released, which I beta tested that release, but one of her jokes was, "He bought me a bone, a freaking bone." Oh. And then another one was, "Can I smell your cloak?" I loved that you could make them tell jokes and stuff. Okay, I'm giving her eyes because I think it'd be weird to have like this blank face. But yeah, I was like, so they had, they went pretty far. I think it was after Pandaria. I kind of stopped playing for a little while because they did like this run where they like nerfed a lot of stuff and it became like things that were hard to kill that you needed like massive groups to kill, all of a sudden you could do by yourself, and I was like, I don't like this. um Guild Wars 2. I have not played Guild Wars, but I wonder, is it really similar to WoW in like play style? I wonder how much I would like that. Not to, I like played a lot of like the quest line. Yeah, see, I'm not very combaty. I like to do the. I'll be honest. More often than not, when I played WoW, I would do like the secondary stuff. Like I got my cooking skills all the way up. I got my healing all the way up. I had alchemy, and like so my highest was a norm warlock. Um, oh, I forget, engineering, not the goblin engineering, the other one. And I had like helicopters because you had to be so high reputation with people. Yeah, like weird stuff. Like I would do the quest line, but I loved like the secondary hoarding and collecting. I have so many bags in my bank, it is ridiculous. Like I'm gonna have every kind of metal they make, and like that kind of secondary to like the quest. Like I would ignore quests until I had to do them. Like I cannot move up in my alchemy or my engineering because I cannot get the metal I need because I can't go in that area because I'm not leveled up enough. So then I'd start doing quests so that I could level up and get in that area, and then I'd be all worried about that kind of stuff. And I loved collecting all the cooking recipes. But yeah, I had a a I had two helicopters, and you had to like get such good reputation with different sects to get certain patterns. My brain could handle the combat more, and it was a bit more simple and varied depending on what weapon you use. You could essentially use any weapon. Yeah, I would often be like either, like I said, a warlock or oh, what's the other one? You have an animal and you just send the animal to attack instead of you. I'm such a wimp when it comes to like the fighting, and I'd be like, I'm just gonna press 1, 2, 3, 4, cast all the spells on you, stay back here, and then you die. Yeah, the hunter. Like cast all the spells on you, and then I'll just go loot you when you die. But I never actually had to get close and fight you. Yeah, like those were my two most used characters. I would try to do other characters, but I would get like bored or frustrated and go back to them because I was like, I don't want to get close to anybody and actually have to fight. I just want to stand back here and, you know, when you die, I'll walk up then and loot your body or skin the animal like after. I don't want to actually have to like come up there and do it. I feel like that's probably shouldn't be left over. Let's see where it could have been. So no, I have this and this. I cross. Oh, it's from this. Okay. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to get close to you. I want to stay like way back with lots of room to run if stuff goes sideways. Okay, I started to freak myself out because I was like, I don't think I should have that left over. And really, I don't think I should have this left over either. Nope, I have one there, don't I? Yeah, I like that. I like the puzzle aspect of that's why I play a lot of puzzle games where you have to like figure things out. Okay, time for this. So we just slide it on. Make sure it's, you know, down all the way around. I mean, I just looked up Guild Wars 2 and it says it's free. So if I try it and I don't like it, I haven't, you know what I mean? Like I didn't spend anything because it says Guild Wars 2 is free. So at least I thought it did. Maybe I. No, yeah, free to play. So I will add it to my library to try and I will let you know if I like it. Because, like I said, if it turns out I didn't like it, I haven't spent any money. Okay, so we should have 12 pins 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And these are all, I know why they're extra. Some are always extra, and the other ones were her face. I think giving her no eyes would be weird because she's got this mouth brick. There's not like a blank mouth brick so that it would have like no face. It would be no eyes and the mouth brick. Yeah, it said the base game was free, and so if it turns out I don't like it, like I said, I didn't. I didn't spend anything. So we're pinning. It's kind of weird though because these go through and there's nothing on the other end to really like keep them in. Like you can easily just press on the other side. There's no caps, which is kind of weird. And they blend in so you don't see the pegs on the side really. Like looking like this you did, but like you have to kind of know to look for them. They're not super noticeable. Okay, I can turn this one upside down. Sometimes you can't really turn them upside down because they don't really lay. Her hands are a little out, but not terrible. Yeah, but I'm definitely a wimp. I'd rather like stand back and fight from a distance than like get up close and personal. I definitely was never a tank. I've been a healer and the warlock, which is like usually area of damage. And that is it, friends. It took 5 hours. Ooh, we're gonna have ads soon. And I will use that to I don't know, transition to something. I don't know what. Um what do I want to do? I don't know. That's the problem is I don't know what I want to do. That is often the problem that I don't know what I want to do. Um so I've also been playing this free puzzle game, like it's jigsaw puzzles, but you can do it multiplayer so people can build puzzles with you. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, we we have a Mona Lisa. I really enjoyed it. It's got lots of like kind of cool detail how they managed to do things. Oh, I was going to go get Starry Night. I will do that. Welcome back, guys. So I went and grabbed um Starry Night so you could see what I mean when I say it's built out. So it is like very built out from just being like flat, or like the Mona Lisa was very like subtle layers. This is like built out. It's dusty. You're going to have to ignore that part. But it is very like built out and intentionally like away from the thing, which I really liked. I liked that it's a very like out there. And then you have this little like Van Gogh guy here, and he's painting this Starry Night, which is cool. And you can like move him all around. But I really liked the way this was built out. Okay, so I think I decided on a game. Have you ever guys heard of a game called the Book of Hours? So it's an RPG game, and the purpose or plot, whatever, is to rebuild this crumbling occult um uh shop. So it says restore a crumbling occult library by a winter sea. Build the world's foremost collection of grimoires and arcana. Master the invisible arts. The Book of Hours is a narrative crafting RPG set in the 1930s world of hidden gods and secret histories. What sort of librarian will you choose to be? I started to play it and played it a little bit, and then I got like totally confused. So I think I need to add a new display for it too. Mainly because I changed the way I was doing stuff. So let me book of hours. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had to do a little mixing. Um Going to pause that music so that way we're and I'm going to switch this to book of hours. Making sure I spelled it right and didn't fat finger anything. Okay, let me go set this somewhere where I don't drop it. Nope, that's probably not stable enough. There we go. But yes, so I started to play this a little bit, and then I kind of got distracted and such, and so I think we're probably going to like start over, like start a new game, because we weren't terribly far into it anyway, so I'm not like worried about um worried about that. I should have checked. Come on, what are you doing? Um, so we have to like find our way off this beach. There has been no librarian at the Hush House since the fire. 7 years now. Suitable candidates are very difficult to find, but perhaps we have found one in you. Take care on your journey. The seas around Gwenkrug are treacherous. So, the Brandon's Cove. Here the sea ends and the world begins, or the other way around. After storms, the fishermen of Boone village find oddities washed up here. And so this place lies out of bounds of the house. Settings. I just want to make sure there isn't like a, sometimes they have like, if you're a streamer, click here, and so then it does certain things, So I just want to make sure there isn't one of those. Okay, I don't see any, so we will not worry about that. Okay, how do I move? I don't remember. Maybe I have to. So it says the cold comes first. Thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. There's something in my hand. There's a health, which is half drowned. Shivers rack my soaked body. Your health is failing. Find somewhere to warm up. Then memory of the storm. The storm's great enough to shake the moon from the sky and one's thoughts from one's skull. And then the third card is a drowned book. The one possession I kept from the shipwreck. It must be important to me. The aspect below tell you more about how and where you can use this. Hover over each of them to learn more. So it's soaked. In peril of dissolution, intervene quickly but not hastily. I begun before this book, but it'll end when I do. And then there are worse things to put in your eyes than this. The gentleman makes things his servants. The petty man is servant to things. So these are just things about the book. What do I have left to work with? Perhaps this book can help me put the pieces together. So the storm and the book combined give us the book, a memory. Chore is exuberant, interesting rhythm, instinct rhythm. Do these mean something to me? So it's these things. And then it also says Fet is the part of us which dreams. Are dreams important to me? And then Shaft. Shaft is eloquent and also understanding. The door opens both ways. Is my soul open to knowledge? So then we get, different things. What do I have left to work with? Well, so then we get more things. an old friend's address. Mr. Krill is the coffin maker of Runkrug Village. I once wrote kindly of his poetry. His home is always open to me, though he's asked me to never mention poetry in front of Mrs. Krill. I can find shelter for tonight under their roof once I've reached Runkrug Village. Okay, so I've done what's this one? Shelter. Brooklyn Village must be nearby, but it's hard going, dragging my soaked body across the soaked sand in the teeth of this wind. Which way? Nope, this is not that. Oh, we got memory. Above me, atop the cliff, lies Broomwood Village. I'll never reach it in this storm, but if I can only muster my remaining strength to find help, interacting with a slot will highlight the cards and objects which can go where. So you get the cards and you have to, like, they tell you things and you have to use them to go places. Fisherman's assistance. So you have to, I forget how to do this. So we've gotten, I think, from the beach to the village. This quiet Cornish fishing village has lain long in the Isle's shadow. It might be as old as Hush House itself, and like Hush House, Grayson Village has provided sanctuary over the years for its share of misfits. Okay, how do I set it? Sorry, guys. I'm not quite sure how to play this. And I think that's kind of why I stopped in the first place. I didn't really understand, like, what I was doing. thought I used the fisherman, and I thought that would get me up to the top, but it doesn't appear that it has. And there's not like really a tutorial or anything, so I don't know. Ooh, there we go. Now we're moving. I pressed that before, but nothing happened. So we found the Kill's home. Mr. Kill constructed the bed himself. I'd rather fear with the same tools he uses to shape coffins. It's not a comfortable bed, but it's dry, clean, and warm. I sit up talking with Mr. and Mrs. K as the wind rattles the shutters and the fire shrugs its way emberward. I am very hungry, and Mrs. K's galettes are impossibly good, and Mr. K pretends to grumble about foreign cooking. No one is convinced. So we got a memory of satisfaction, and we got our health up. Miss Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill the undertaker, is slight and wry. For 10 years, she has drawn villagers into the world and has shaped cradles for their departure. But she also can whittle, and he can also paint. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Coffin maker's assistant, a tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very defendedly at poetry. Make use of the coffin maker's help before dawn. We unlocked this part of the sea. Take a long walk along the ocean side. If you know what to look for, I might find something the ocean has forsaken. You need effort and knowledge. So we don't have what it needs right now. Crow Cross Sands. Look out across the bay. Long, long ago, this was a forest. The sea is always hungry. The sea never sleeps. The sea accepts offerings. Discard objects here. Release beasts or go for a swim. I'll plunge again into the waves. A brisk swim. The threshold of the house. You can only keep 5 things in your belongings. A 6th item will be abandoned unless it already has a home. Abandoned items will wait for you outside the house. The waves raise me, the salt stings my eyes, the horizon waits. Memory of salt. Dusk has fallen, dawn will come soon. Every so often, someone builds a bridge to the isle. Each bridge lasts 100 years, or 200. Then the sea disposes of it. This will this was built in the 1890s, and that makes it the newest bridge. But that doesn't mean it's new. In this country, the sky is fairly clear. The sun goes courteously cloaked. After the restoration of 1930, the new king's agents came looking for his enemies in these parts. And they weren't gentle about it. Since those days, the locals are suspicious of foreigners. No one in the Sweet Bones will talk to me. I haven't come alone. Mr. Kill repeats a long string of well-worn jokes that leaves everyone groaning happily. So he's introducing me. Eventually, the other patrons unbend enough to let me buy them a pint and let me listen to them complain about the weather. I'll find a warmer welcome here next time. So it gave me Memories of Solace. The clock ticks in the snug. A distant wireless crackles musically. Carefully, page by page, I dry the book. So we get to dry our book so we can read it better. So I get my dry book back. Goat skin, antelope, some scarred leather that catches at my memory. I should know. Has been a public house in Brankrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable. Its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or discreet assistance congregate in the snug. The postmistress may have something for me. I know what to ask. Once I know what to ask for. Reverend Timothy is hospitable soul, but Terence, his housekeeper, guards her employer fiercely. She doesn't want his innocent theology enthusiasm getting him into trouble with the new king's men. You need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with lantern knocker sky, perhaps someone who shares his interest in theology or poetry. So we need him to introduce him again. Denzel Smith has more work than he needs, and he rarely opens his door to strangers. You need an introduction. A wild Aracuda is loose in chat. I am the librarian of Hush House, and this journal will record what arose from my crime and my curse. The archaeologist's dearest wish when they came to the house, was to record a history where their crime could be forgiven or redefined. But you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin with your studies with the something wisdom. Okay, we don't have a skill. Woohoo, I caught it. I need knowledge, apparently. There's not much work on offer in Brinton, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs or add a coin to find new visitors seeking employment. Earn a little money. The Tree of Wisdom scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms though they have to get the Undertaker to introduce me to the guy next door. It's thinking. I said, I'm not completely sure how to play this game, so I could be doing it totally wrong. There's not really, like, instructions. I guess not enough to... I don't know if I'm doing this right. At all. If any of you have played this game or seen someone play it and have any kind of advice. Yeah. I mean, the idea was to talk to her, or get her something from her, but I don't know. We need to earn money. Well, Yanma. a shilling. Did he want a shilling? Okay, yeah. I don't understand. Maybe you have to, like, donate, find the church and donate? I said I'm really not sure what I'm doing in this game, but it's called the Book of Hours. Your like job is to thank you, Devin. Like you have to learn things and like you want to build an arcane library. But there's not really a tutorial. It's just like use these things to get to, this, but I don't exactly know what I'm supposed to be doing. We're gonna have ads in about a minute. They will run for 3 minutes, and then they will be done. Ooh, there we go. He will never surpass his fellow. He has no longer survived, but he still has his craft. You're supposed to earn things. Like they told me to start with this. It says the study of things that should not be studied: worms, earthquakes, abrasions, the world's skin, the most horrible of the night arts. But I don't exactly know how to get those things. So I am going to go run and grab a snack. move the mic away a little bit so maybe you don't hear me chewing as much. Welcome back, everyone. I ran and got some strawberry and chocolate Cheerios because I just like them. Okay. Um. Like I need to gain knowledge somehow. Um. There we go. Let's talk with Denzel. Stop. Sorry. Um. Okay. Maybe this and health. Ooh, there we go. I'm not. Oop. I use those Cheerios to make cereal bars for minions. I wonder what. It went around to a second time. I've mastered this, the gathered lessons it's concealed. So we get our book, and then it says, "I've gained understanding of wolf stories. Use this card with consider." And then inks of contentment. I've gained more understanding of inks. Use this card with consider. Okay, I guess we're getting somewhere. So we're learning things. It's now under skills and languages. In the summers, I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese in nettle wrappings and good black rye bread soaking up the sun. So we're getting. We'll learn more things on the Tree of Wisdom. A world worm worm at worm atom worm. I don't know. It's loose in chat. You'll probably play about another 30 minutes and then I will get off. We will raid into someone. I don't know who. Maybe Carrot if he's still on. But we'll see who's on when it's time. Yeah, that's why I figured he'd be getting off soon because I know he said he was wanting to do just like 15 not 15 like 4 hours. He wasn't going to do a lot. I mean, I'm generally not on Wednesdays at all, so I'm not quite sure all who's on, let alone at this time, but we will see. Salt stain in Wadebug. Contraband flotsam. Okay, the postmistress had something for me. Let's consider this. We got a slim parcel now. Let's crack open the container to light in your discovery. A whiskey. The favorite tipple of Sir David Green, 8th Librarian of Hustle House. Drink this stuff. This will consume the beverage. If it's a whole bottle, consider serving it first so you don't drink the whole thing. We're going to investigate the key. Serena Black herself forged this key. I'm tired of losing it, she said. I don't know what he wants. Ah. Here we go. Okay, we're getting somewhere, slowly but surely. this game is kind of weird. Like, there's no tutorial at all. It's just like throw you in the deep end, hope you can figure it out. Okay, now we can read these books and learn things. Nope, the slugma escaped. It escaped. Now I have an idea of the book's nature of its contents. To keep wood things out of trouble and mainsist things in it. Okay, we're moving in. now we can restore without spending money. Probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from the spirit are rarely contaminated. Consider at least deliver. Use ink to order items of interest. A few lines of order will consume ink when your deliveries will contain a new order. I need, oh, a desk, I guess. Where's that desk? Perhaps you've provided knock, but not enough to match mystery. Knock, if you're lucky, you might succeed. The Watchman's Tower. Purple Cedars, thank you for the follow. I hope you're enjoying what we're doing. I'm not sure what we're doing, honestly. But we are figuring it out. Ooh. Apparently we're going round and round on this. I don't have another memory. What's this? Sundays. Not today. Fiddle with something here. Increase relevant aspects by using thing. I don't know what a thing is. Could this be a thing? Maybe. Well, I've mastered this and gathered the lessons learned. The Riza is irritatingly light on specifics, insisting above all that the duties of an adept are the duties of a host, and that conjured spirit should be kept in a luxurious fashion possible. Okay. I am. not that. Well, I don't know. But, we're like at the end of a day. So let's find somebody to raid into. Yeti and Rabbit are on. And Binda is on. But maybe we can find somebody who's also doing the Book of Hours and maybe get a little perspective. So okay, it says like apparently nobody's playing Book of Hours. Just I don't know. Maybe. Let's try it a different way. Nope, it's literally just me playing it, so we can't go based on that. Okay, I'm trying not to just automatically raid into the same people I know. I'm trying to raid into new people too. But if you know of somebody to raid in, please throw out names. Let me see who else is on my list is like being on now that I don't normally like get to really raid into or whatever. Well, let's look if it's anybody else's birthday. Okay, there's other people with birthday streams today. see what they're playing or doing, you know. There was a one guy up here building a Lego, so let me go back in. It's not been on terribly long, and let me make sure it doesn't say like Spanish or something. Just a double check. English? Nope. Okay. Okay. We'll try this new person. Let's go to stream ending. Let's see. Raid made by info. I appreciate everybody who was here today, whether you were here for 5 minutes or 5 hours, whether you talked, whether you didn't talk. Um, Thank you to Purple Cedars for the follow, as well as John and Sand Experiment. And thank you to Sand Experiment for the huge raid with 64 viewers. Thank you to anybody who stuck around from the raid to give me a shot as a new streamer. To you, thank you to Dusa for the bits. Um, uh, Fantasy got first. Kevin got third. I don't know. Did anybody get second? Oh, Medusa got second. Thank you. Yes, thank you to everybody who was here. I hope you enjoyed what we did. I will be back Sunday for my normal video game stream. And yeah, we're gonna just use those. I thought I pressed start raid, but I didn't. That sounds right about for me. But yes, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the birthday stream. It was a little bit longer on a different day. I'll catch you all hopefully sometime between now and my next stream, whether it's in somebody else's stream or your stream or whatever. But yes, I can't thank you guys enough for coming and hanging out. I hope you enjoyed what we did. Oh, come on, let me copy pasta.